We really appreciate it. Thank you for that. And of course, let me officially thank NATO for financial support to this event and our overall effort to stimulate open and transparent strategic debate. Of course, we are a Charles University, and our role as a research university is to provide evidence-based research from international perspective, which of course we do, but we also aim to be a facilitator of the strategic discussion and debate in the service of better policy. Let me jump right into it because I think we have a lot of ground to cover this morning and this afternoon. And let me start with a quote by Sol Cohen dating back to 2015. Cohen says that with the collapse of the USSR, the Western strategists concluded that sub-Saharan Africa was no longer a geostrategic asset, and the continent became a zone of geostrategic marginality. Obviously, that was a strategic mistake that we made. February 2022 was a geopolitical milestone. To make it clear, Russian military aggression against sovereign Ukraine, which marked the advent of the politically fragmented world. What that means for Africa, especially in today's world and in today's reality, Africa is no longer isolated or protected by two oceans. The level of external engagement on the continent is unprecedented. Sub-Saharan Africa, I dare to say, is at the epicenter of the global dynamics, economic, financial, political, diplomatic, security, whatever you can imagine. Very often, the West failed to communicate our core interest to African partners. I mean, territorial integrity, sovereignty, security architecture in Europe that was brutally attacked by Moscow. And on the other side, Moscow turned the continent into geopolitical battleground and decided to play a zero-sum game. Let me quote British Foreign Secretary David Lammy in his speech at the UN Security Council. Russia claims to stand for the global south. This is the term I personally don't like. I believe it should be retired for a couple of reasons, but we don't have time to debate it now. But Secretary continues, imperialism. I know it when I see it, and I will call it out for what it is. Russia is trying to return us to a world of the past, a world of imperialism, end quote. Fact is that we will all face consequences of the end of constructive international approach to security in Africa for maybe a couple of years, maybe for decades, I don't know. Nevertheless, the strategic objective of NATO and the EU is to counter the threats stemming from the southern edge of the extended neighborhood. Given our previous security footprint, especially in the Sahel, we need to think about how to provide sustained military assistance carefully. I'm happy to have Martin Dunay here. He was a political advisor to UTM commander in Mali, so he can definitely share some hands-on experience. And of course, that's also kind of a fact that at least for a decade, we kept living in the age of thinking tactically, and we were unable to separate signals from noises pretty often. We've launched training missions that were incapable of solving local problems. We have endlessly debated operational issues at the political level instead of discussing strategic goals of our engagement and missions. Russia has only exploited the gradual developing contradictory security paradigm in the Sahel, where international securitization overshadowed local concerns sometimes. Don't get me wrong, Russia is not an alternative to the West in the area of security assistance. It has no resources, it has no capabilities, and it has no intent. Moscow is only looking for chaos and creating more chaos. No one should forget that foreign policy mirrors domestic policy. What does Russia offer? That's the reality of the Russian state, which is built on corruption, fear, and lies, spreading disinformation abroad. Also, the fact is that the West will operate in an increasingly overcrowded and sometimes uncoordinated space in Africa, face a battle of offers, sometimes unrealistic expectations, and of course will operate in a redefined geopolitical and geostrategic environment on the continent. We also need to reflect communication mistakes we made in the past. We have failed to provide facts and figures of our combined support, economic, financial security, whatever. We definitely need to hear if and how African stakeholders see us helping African countries, if they do. The West definitely needs to adapt its geopolitical posture to the perception and ambitions of Africans, and we need to define our strategy. I'll stop there. Let me quote Ronald Reagan, who said, "Here's my strategy. We win, they lose." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Now we will have an address from Tieman Hubert Coulibaly. He's the former Minister of Defense and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mali. Tieman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to join this conference today, and I wish
I think we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
They can hear him online. One second, Mr. Coulibaly.
All right.
The problem of live stream. Yes. Mr. Coulibaly, we can hear you now.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to join this conference today, and I wish to thank the Professor Martin Riegel for his kind invitation. Well, first, I would like to extend my sympathy for the natural disasters that hit a few weeks ago many parts of Central Europe, including your beautiful country. Second, I will require your leniency because I'm not a native speaker of English. So during my presentation, I might make some mistakes. Please bear it with me. To take it to the core of our conversation this morning, the proliferation of disinformation operation has become a central issue in for the stability and the prosperous development of the Sahel. Intentional actions aimed at distorting information for political purposes are escalating and accelerating. When I was preparing our session, I've got some interesting data concerning the topic I would like to share some pics with you. In 2023, according to the data, 189 disinformation campaigns were observed and documented in Africa. And this is almost 4 times than the previous year. And of course, one can imagine that the clandestine nature of these operations may lead to believe that the real figure may be even much higher. And a report from the Center of Strategic Studies on Africa said that West Africa suffered 72 malicious campaigns, and among them, the countries of the Sahel concentrate the largest numbers of disinformation operations. 12 in Mali, 11 in Burkina Faso, 7 in Niger, 6 in Senegal, 3 in Chad, and 14 in Sudan. Against all expectations, Côte d'Ivoire also was targeted in 2023, as well as Nigeria. Côte d'Ivoire was targeted 11 times, Nigeria 10, and Ghana also 5 times. And it is clear that this is a coherent plan to make the entire Sahel region vulnerable and even ungovernable in order then to subjugate the coastal countries, countries of the Atlantic coast, such as Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, and so on. We should not think that these actions are localized. The whole continent is targeted because in 2023, 23 trans-African operations were conducted concerning the whole continent. Those who design, finance, and conduct those complex and sophisticated information attacks in the Sahel and in Africa are generally foreign actors remoted from the continent. Or you can have also some local and African actors, but always funded and sponsored by foreign countries. And those African actors benefit from the powerful financial support of their sponsors. It is no surprise that Russia is said to conduct and sponsor most of these operations. China is reported to be the second-ranked power, first-ranked power to organize disinformation in Africa. The extent of this phenomenon, of course, depends on the level of instability of the targeted territories. Many disinformation campaigns have directly caused inter-community violence, plus they have supported military coups, damaged democracy, and silenced civil society. Of course, they have served as cover for corruption and predatory exploitation of resources in many Sahel countries and elsewhere in Africa. And this is still happening as I speak. Moreover, the consequences on the rights, be they individual or collective, freedoms and security in the Sahel and in Africa have been absolutely negative. The decline in this region is unprecedented and spectacular. So the question is, what can we do to reduce the effects of these malicious actions in the immediate future, and what response can be given so that in the long term, the Sahel and more generally Africa can be less vulnerable? In my view, in the short term, we must put in place tactical systems that can not only respond to information attacks by offering content that reveals the truth, but also a narrative that can reveal the real face of the actors who lead disinformation campaigns. In a nutshell, operational counter-influence versus influence. This requires an operational plan that encompasses several actions ranging from material and financial support to the actors involved, allowing them to acquire real skills as well as capacities to support their work. In the long term, we will have to work to strengthen education of the young people so that they are less permeable to harmful narratives that distort reality. This goes hand in hand with the promotion and the protection of freedoms, of course, taking into account the values and the civilizations of the people in question. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coulibaly, for your address. Now we're going to go with the keynote speech given by Giovanni Faleg. He's the head of the Cybersecurity Agency of Italy.
Okay. Is it okay from technical standpoint? Yeah. All right. So thanks a lot. First of all, well, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. And also, just a clarification, I'm not the head of the Cybersecurity Agency of Italy, but I work in the international relations divisions of the agency, although today I will speak, of course, in personal capacity to have a discussion here with you. And it's an honor also to intervene after such remarkable introductions by Martin and by Mr. Coulibaly, who really touched on some key elements of this battle of narratives that we are witnessing in the African context and specifically in the Sahel. So, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, I'm really happy to be here and be able to address this topic that is also at the core of the multipolar world that is unfolding in front of our eyes. And this is exactly the threat posed by disinformation in the African context. A threat that we have seen can destabilize societies, fuel violence, disrupt path towards peace and prosperity, jeopardize the master plan for transforming Africa into the powerhouse of the future. I'm using these words that are taken directly from the Agenda 2063, whose objective is to transform Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. And hybrid threats and disinformation disrupt that type of objectives that African countries and African societies conceived and elaborated. And last but not least, a threat that weaken trust in democracy and also bonds and relations between nations, including between Africa and Europe. A threat that is part of the threat by disinformation is part of a broader hybrid toolbox used by malicious actors to target and exploit situations where fragility, conflict, and violence are expanding, such as the coup contagion in the Sahel. So the events that we have seen in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, this is events where the impact of disinformation has been heavy and allows the perpetrators to obtain strategic or political advantages in a context of rising geopolitical competition. The Russia's Africa coup playbook that was released by the Microsoft Threat Analysis Center is a very interesting reading that if you haven't read it already, I suggest that you look it up, because it provides a very interesting description of this process. A threat that finally undermines not only the integrity of the information space, but also the security and the resilience of the cyberspace, of the digital domain. At the delicate time when African countries and societies undergo a digital and technological revolution. So you'll probably hear a lot in the panels that will come about the first 2 points that I've made. So the way the disinformation threat destabilizes societies, the implications for certain context, the data, the explanations, the possible responses. So let me focus on this very last point. So the interlinkage between the information space and the cyberspace. Both spaces are, in fact, key arenas where power competition takes place, especially in the African context. And their importance is not just related to that. They're not just arenas, they are also spaces where the geopolitical competition, depending on how actors operate, will be redefined. If you control those two spaces, you have high chances to change the dynamics of geopolitical competition. You get strategic wins, basically. On the one hand, we have seen, there is a larger amount of literature by now, that Sub-Saharan Africa has become an important theater in the global battle of narratives, whereby actors willing to project influence in the information space, in the infosphere, use a wide array of sharp power tactics, including disinformation, to influence or manipulate audiences at the expenses of Western and EU interests. And we have observed, of course, these trends increasingly since the COVID-19 pandemics, and also Russia's war of aggression to Ukraine. So first important point, the exacerbation, the trends that are happening in the infosphere in Africa, and that the center studies very thoroughly. But then there is the cyberspace. This is another domain where African countries, while accelerating their digital transition all over the continent, pretty much, as means to economic growth. So digital transformations are a way to attain economic growth. They are also increasingly at the center of a digital scramble. So it's an arena of power competition. And here, it's interesting to provide an example about the visions of the cyberspace governance and the internet governance that are competing in the continent. On the one hand, China and Russia, which are at the forefront of promoting state-centric visions of governance, whereby information security and internal stability are priorities, with all the consequences that you may imagine. And EU and Western like-minded countries, our United States, promote a decentralized approach to governance of the cyberspace and the digital domain, which ensures not only state interest, but also that citizens' interests are protected and they have access to opportunities arising from digital transformation. Now, technological trends that we are seeing point to the fact that there is a growing integration of these two spaces, the information space and the cyberspace, when it comes to disinformation and hybrid threats. Let me give you a couple of examples. China has rapidly expanded its technology footprint in Africa, especially in telecommunications. Chinese firms are helping African countries roll out 5G networks. And of course, this support can improve connectivity, but it can also raise concerns about the type of infrastructures that are built in the continent, about data privacy, about surveillance, and also about the potential implications for foreign influence. And here you can see the link between cyberspace and information space. The ENISA, the EU Cybersecurity Agency threat landscape, mentions advanced hybrid threats as one of the key evolving threats looking forward for cybersecurity. Because physical or offline attacks are evolving and becoming more often combined with cyber attacks, using smart devices, cloud services, and social platforms. So this is one of the key elements that are highlighted as potential future threats. And then a third example that I wanted to give you to highlight the integration between information space and cyberspace is developments related to artificial intelligence. Generative AI can trigger a revolution in hybrid threats and FIMI, foreign information and manipulation in particular, equipping malicious entities with a wide variety of techniques to influence the public debate and also legislators. And deep fakes have enormous potential for disinformation. We already see that potential. It will increase in the future. So the capacity of malign actors to set up campaigns online can speed up significantly, requiring hours instead of weeks, and it's also cheaper to carry out. So beyond the state of the art of the situation in the region and in the continent, these examples prompt us to reflect into how this information threat is likely to evolve, given that African countries, A, will embrace the AI revolution as well as the digital one. B, will likely rely on technological infrastructure that is provided by foreign powers that may be able to exert influence, and therefore could cede their digital sovereignty as a result, or could be in a less favorable position to protect it. C, they could be vulnerable to the digital scramble and the battle of narrative with more powerful means for malicious actors to exert influence. In conclusion, I wanted to stress these points because cybersecurity and disinformation are not just technical challenges. They are geopolitical issues that deeply affect stabilities in the African continent. Emerging technologies such as AI, of course, bring both opportunity and danger, but the responses to protect those spaces, those virtual spaces of geopolitical competition, must be comprehensive, must be coordinated, and must cut across these spaces, bringing together governments, international actors like the European Union, NATO, university researchers, and civil societies to build resilient digital information ecosystems. It's really important precisely because of the cross-cutting nature of the threat. And this, of course, also means, in the African context, supporting capacity building, the development of digital skills, information awareness, media literacy, and inclusive access to the opportunities that the digital transformation can produce. Without opportunities, African countries will remain prone and vulnerable to threats. So Africa stands at this critical juncture in its digital transformation. Of course, the action we take today can have an impact, a long-term impact, to decide whether African societies will be prey to external influences or embark on a path for stability. And of course, the objective is to have Africa moving towards that path that has been designed by its Agenda 2063 and avoid that African countries will be mired in this battle of narratives, which inevitably will undermine these objectives. And let me conclude by saying that when we think about Europe and European countries, often the link between our security and African security is an indirect one, is not an imminent threat that we perceive for national security. But I can tell you that there cannot be, and we have to be absolutely clear about it, there cannot be fully secure and resilient digital and information systems in Europe without resilient and secure digital information systems in Africa. There is no way that the two are mutually reinforcing. So in this sense, in this space, our security depends also from the security in the African continent. Thanks a lot.
Giovanni, for the really nice presentation. Now, I would like to open the floor for a couple questions, if you have. But I would actually like to start with a question, because when you're talking about these strategies, I assume that we're talking about something that we need to start now, but we need to be extending for the next, 15, 20 years? When you are talking about it, what is your expectation there?
I mean, on the one hand, at least, but maybe you want to get more questions, or yeah.
No, you can.
Yeah. Okay. On the one hand, the whole theme of disinformation, at least in Europe, in the EU, has become more relevant and more prominent in the policy debate and also in the public debate. So there have been steps forward into creating also the mechanisms to protect the integrity of all the European information system, and also to work with partners in that regard. So the process, in a way, has started. Where I think there is, of course, room for additional improvement is, as I said, the coordination between the different entities that can contribute to address a comprehensive threat. So for comprehensive and all-encompassing threat, we need comprehensive and integrated solutions. So again, cooperation between all these different stakeholders that I mentioned before. Not easy, also because every country in Europe has its own strategic cultures and institutional architectures. So there is a degree of variety there that will continue to be. But the more we put in place those mechanisms, the faster we do that. That will be a key enabler, of course, also to support, and here we talk about Africa today, African countries in their own development of mechanisms to bring stability into the information and into the digital space.
Thank you very much. More questions?
Hi, my name is Yu Bingding, and I'm originally from Taiwan. I have a question. So as you mentioned about China, so you all know about the huge investment or lots of money that was invested in Africa. And I was just wondering, because all of your worries are just something not real to people who are suffer from hunger or poor. Like, if I am super hungry and I'm super poor, I would just trust somebody who gave me the money to solve the problem. So what I wanted to ask is, compare with China that invests so much money in Africa, what steps has Europe or those developed country has been taken to deal with disinformation? Because disinformation for people who suffer from hunger is something not real. And if I can feed myself, that is real. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I'm going to give you just an example that can partly answer your question, speaking about real money. The World Bank supports digital transformation in Africa with a contribution in the past 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, of $2.8 million. That was the contribution that the institution has provided to African countries to support their digital transformation process. Cybercrime costs African countries annually $4 billion. Now that's real money. That's a real big leak of money that is lost somewhere in the insecurity of the cyberspace, in the fact that African societies may not be may be vulnerable to some threats, and that causes real and deep implications on people because of the access to the opportunities that digital transformation can produce that we were mentioning before. And if you think about the information space, a similar logic can apply. There are, of course, costs, economic costs, political costs, and social costs of a vulnerable and exposed information space, especially when this, of course, overlaps with other threats that take place in the digital realm. So to me, it's very important to look at those spaces not just as a virtual areas. You know, I often, in my previous job, I used to speak about the threats of piracy. And of course, when you talk about piracy, you perceive that as a maritime threat. So of course, first thing you imagine is boats, sea, and people armed robbery at sea and things like that. But of course, every piracy threat originates inland and is linked to criminal activities and is linked to other fragilities and vulnerabilities and grievances that happen on land. It just doesn't float freely at seas. Similarly, whatever threat and situation that you can see in this information and in digital world closely connect to problems and grievances that happen in the real world, in the lands, in the peripheries of the countries, in the cities, where African people may not have access to opportunities, but where they may be prone actually to hear certain narratives. So I have, to me, the scale of the threat in terms of impact on the real populations, it's very clear, and it's clear also the importance of protecting this space from A, insecurity, and B, malicious type of interferences.
Thank you very much. We will have one more question.
Hi, I'm Shrish. I wanted to ask if you see the possibility of Western nations developing institutions and agencies that are specific to counter these information warfare methods instead of what the current approach is, and separating them from, cyber defense efforts that NATO and other Western institutions currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question because, of course, as I said previously, each EU member state and also other European countries, UK and other partners have their own strategic cultures and institutional architectures. So it's very difficult to imagine an homogeneous development whereby there will be same types of agencies and institutional structures to counter this threat. What is most likely is that there could be a coordination, between actors, and some states, of course, will build structures depending on their own preferences. But coming to your point, when it comes to cyber institutions and cybersecurity agencies, inevitably, the evolution of the disinformation threats online will require a certain degree of engagement. Now, if in some countries you will have a merger or a fusion of these competencies, and in other countries you may have a separation of that, that is entirely a national sovereignty prerogative. But I do see the importance of building this better coordination mechanisms. Not to mention, and I would like to add to that, also the artificial intelligence layer that I also mentioned during my presentation that will add up to this. So there will be a need also in compliance, for instance, at the EU level with the legislation at the European Union to develop institutions that will take care also of the AI part and of the emerging technologies part. These are processes that go at very fast pace. So what I would expect in the coming years, 3-5 years, not 50, it's a very adaptive process whereby states will try to catch up with fast technological developments, trying to adjust the structures in the best way possible, considering their strategic priorities. So expect a lot of evolution, maybe some institutions having more mandates, maybe in other cases, some new institutions being created. You can expect a lot of that in the coming years.
And conclude Giovanni Fanek's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to start with the first panel, whose moderator is going to be Jakub Landowski. He's the executive director of Aspet Institute Central Europe, and he was, until not long ago, the Czech ambassador to NATO. And if I may call here also Martin Dunaš and Tomasz Petricek. First of all, one of the speakers is going to be online, so we're going to give priority to their presentation. We're going to have Susanne Conrad. She's the policy advisor. She's a policy advisor for rule of law and security in Sub-Saharan Africa at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung.
Good morning. I hope everybody is here, including our guests online. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to the organizers, thanks to Associate Professor Riegel. I was working in NATO, so NATO was my mission, but Africa was always my passion because I saw tremendous potential in the continent. But as a very critical thinker, I also saw a greatest geopolitical disaster for Europe in the 21st century in the making. And I think we are currently at a very precarious position in Africa. So I'm going to structure the debate as follows. We'll start with the online presentation, and then I will let all our esteemed speakers answer one question, one by the other, maybe followed by a quick after question for which I expect a similarly agile answer. And then maybe in the end, we will have a time for questions from the audience. So with nothing further ado, please.
Susan, can you hear us? Hello. There you are.
Professor Conrad, can you hear us?
You cannot hear us?
No? Excellent. We can't hear you though. But it's good for you to know that we can't hear you. You have a beautiful weather behind you. Is it a real weather or it's a wallpaper?
Maybe it's better now.
It's excellent.
Now.
Now, okay. So actually, I'm not a professor. I do have a PhD. So, but thank you very much for the upgrading. Greetings also to Martin and to Ronan for the invitation for that panel, and also greetings to the audience, and thank you very much for your interest. I would like to start with sharing a presentation. I hope you can see that, and then is it working? Ah, yes, of course. So actually, I cannot move. Actually, you can see just the first slide, right? But I cannot I cannot move on. Maybe here. How about now? Yeah, no. Well,
I think here, maybe here down on the left.
I cannot move on with the slides, so that's the problem I have so far.
Okay, I can move the slides for you because I can move it from here.
Can you do that? Thank you very much. So
yes,
we can leave it as it is at the moment. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, the roots of the conflict in Mali are found in the unequal distribution of political power and resources between the center and the periphery. Since Mali's independence in 1960, cycling patterns of uprisings and negotiations have shown that this root of the conflict cannot be resolved militarily. The countless attempts by the West to stabilize the Sahel region between 2012 and 2023 have proven this once again. So I need the next slide, please. Yes, so actually what I did is I put all the missions in the Sahel region in the past 10 years made by the West into that slide. So here's an overview of these stabilization attempts, a very much impressive overview of these stabilization attempts. And in addition to various European Union missions, there was a United Nations peacekeeping mission. I mean, we all know that it's called MINUSMA, with at times 15,000 blue-helmed soldiers in the north of Mali. To this list, you can easily add countless other uncoordinated stabilization operations, such as border protection initiatives or special forces training by Western countries. One of the most famous one is from Germany. It's called Gazelle, and it was put in place in Niger. So you see, with the highest possible quality of personnel and budget, the European Union, some European Union member states and the United Nations have achieved the following very much bitter outcomes with their crisis and conflict management in over 10 years in the Sahel. Next slide, please. You can see here an insight from the Global Terrorism Index from 2023, which analyzes the impact of terrorism in 163 countries, covering 99.7% of the world's population. 5 African countries are among the top 10 in the 2023 ranking. Burkina Faso in first place, Mali, Somalia, Nigeria, and Niger. The index describes, and I quote, Sub-Saharan Africa accounted for 48% of global terrorist fatalities in the last 3 years. The Sahel is home to the world's fastest growing and deadliest terrorist groups. The epicenter of terrorism has shifted from the Middle East to the central Sahel region of Sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this map, it's from ACLED, so I can highly recommend to you as well the database ACLED. So this map clearly shows what this means. You can see the expansion of Jenim, the Al-Qaeda affiliate from Mali via Burkina Faso, Niger, and further into the countries of the Gulf of Guinea, such as Togo and Benin, between 2017 and 2023. The expansion process is continuing. Next slide, please. Parallel to the spread of this jihadist terrorist groups, Sahel states are failing, victim to military coups like dominoes. So we had between 2020 and 2023, 9 times of military coups in the Sahel region. So this will soon be followed in 2024 by the announcement, next slide please, by the announcement of the Alliance des États du Sahel. I call it the Russian Presidential Protection Club, with Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso, which is linked to the exit of the 3 countries from the ECOWAS. So in the first brief analysis, it is clear that Western attempts of stabilization have all failed in their efforts to push back the spread of terrorism and improve the security situation in the affected countries. The opposite is the case. ISIS and Al-Qaeda affiliates are on the rise. Fragile democracies have collapsed into military governments. Regional structures are being eroded, and an aggressive foreign actor has entered the Sahel stage, which is Russia. So let's take a quick look at what the Russian counterterrorism operation, or rather private military company called Wagner, has achieved so far in the Sahel. Next slide, please. As we know, Wagner appears in Mali around November 2021. Other key dates that carry the Wagner signature are the Moura massacre at the end of March 2022 and the recapture of Kidal in November 2023, jointly with the Malian armed forces. We are therefore witnessing a new wave of quasi-military intervention by a third party with a small budget and few personnel in the Sahel. Are the Russians successful in the fight against terrorism in the Sahel? Well, the answer is no. But the number of civilian casualties caused by acts of violence involving state forces, and that includes Wagner, will skyrocket. Next slide, please. So here you see the slide, an overview about the civilian casualties caused by acts of violence. And when you have a look to 2022, you see the peak, and this is the Moura massacre at the end of March in 2022. So when you look at this, well, it is clear that Russian intervention against the terrorists will not achieve anything either. But Moscow has also another goal, causing further chaos on European southern flank. From this point of view, Moscow is recording geopolitical successes in the Sahel region against the West. While the West is still trying to understand the reasons for the failure of conventional military interventions in the Sahel, Russia has long since recognized and implemented two principles. First, if hard power, then cheap. So Russia has no more than maybe 1,000 basically private armed actors with a state mandate in Mali. And secondly, soft power is much more effective. In other words, information warfare. So while Russia has already installed hybrid warfare in the Sahel, the West is blocking itself from reforming conventional warfare and outdated, ineffective training and capability mechanisms. Now let us find out why the Western attempts at stabilization in the Sahel have failed so drastically. So one of the first major problems faced by Western interventions in the Sahel was gaining a detailed understanding of the local population and environment. A lack of detailed knowledge on the part of the international community and the inability to take these ethnic specificities into account meant that missions did not meet the needs of the different local populations. These patterns, which existed in the Sahel region, can now also be observed in the coastal countries of the Gulf of Guinea. The local conditions in the north of the coastal countries are relatively unknown to the international community. The uncertainty has led to rapid deployment of technical and financial partners to the north, where they are not used to work. The needs and local conditions are still poorly understood. Ignorance of local conditions has often prevented Western interventions from responding to the expectations of the local population and recognizing problems and conflicts in advance. There was a lack of in-depth planning on the part of international partners. This lack also concerned the lack of coordination of the individual operations of Western actors, as well as insufficient training and capability measures that did not meet the needs of state security actors. Bamako, but also Burkina Faso and Niger have neither the plan, the means, nor the will to fight the causes of the spread of jihadism in the Sahel. A purely military solution cannot solve the humanitarian crisis. The lack of strong institutions to address injustice and the economic marginalization that leads people to tolerate and even support armed groups. The emerging narrative of competition between great powers results in a misdiagnosis of the crisis in Mali and across the Sahel. So finally, Russian narratives about successes and failures in the Sahel spread via social media have a way of becoming more important than the facts on the ground. In light of this, what can the West do differently in the future? Well, Europe and the West have a credibility deficit on the African continent. The Russian disinformation campaigns have done a lot of damage to our image, but we also have a share in the fact that Moscow's fake news works so well in African minds and hearts due to our inadequate, often not well thought out approach to African problems with European mindsets. The West, the European Union, NATO, whoever, can only present a credible alternative to Russia in the Sahel if the political and material commitment is in accordance with the requirements and necessities of local conditions and local communities. The militarization of the Sahel has led to a significant increase in civilian casualties from state and terrorist violence. NATO's military involvement in this regard would only increase the risks of further violent tensions and further the polarization of international powers. That would only be in Russia's interest. So our engagement in the Sahel should therefore focus on humanitarian aid and on strengthening state institutions and public goods. We should support the countries of the Sahel, but also the coastal countries on the Gulf of Guinea in their national and local needs. The long-term goal would be a Sahel region free of external interference, even if it seems beyond reach in the present complex situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your presentation. Now we're going to go with Thomas Mandrup. He's Associate Professor from Stellenbosch University in South Africa and Associate Professor in the Royal Danish Defence College in Denmark. Thomas, are you with us?
Yeah, good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the organizers, and thank you very much for having me. I will try to share my presentation. Let's see. Just a sec. It's not coming up. So what do I do wrong? Here we are. Just a second. The computer is not playing along, so sorry about that. Okay, that is annoying. So I will. Okay, I need to talk without the presentation then, so sorry about that.
Sorry, Thomas, maybe, I don't know if you can see the share button on the top right by the leaf.
I did, yeah. And
maybe if you share, then you can share the specific screen where you have the presentation.
Okay, I'll try that.
And we have it.
You have it, perfect, then it works. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, as I said, thank you very much for having me. I guess my my approach is going to be a bit different to the previous speaker, and I will try to be a bit provocative. It's not that I agree with all what I'm going to say, but a bit provocative, because I think we need to be very critical around why is it that we, the West, is perceived to have strategically have failed in the Sahel, and what can we do about it? I think it's extremely important that we do not neglect or take serious the notion of anti-Western imperialism and the whole history, which is why I've brought in Thomas Sankara, the former Burkina Faso military dictator from the 80s, his statement on imperialism and all that, because there is a very, very strong sense around these, neo-colonial kind of emotions, and especially also the role that especially France has played it's been seen as highly problematic, and therefore also an easy way for Russia to actually to circumvent and undermine the Western position, especially in the Sahel, also due to the history and all that. So I think it's really important that we actually go in here, and also it's important because. Again, just look at the quote from Mitterrand back in 1957. The whole thing, the France and the francophonie, the whole story here and all that. It's a very, very strong narrative that is being used, whether we like it or not, whether it's fair or not. That's not the question, but it's a very efficient tool in the current debate around these things, and we need to take that seriously if we are going to do something about that. Another thing I would like to and I also tend to disagree with our previous speaker, is one of the things I think is we need to think very carefully about, especially coming from a military planning background or strategic background, is the way we understand strategic studies and strategic approaches. I think one of the failures we've often done is that I agree with the previous speaker that we do not know enough of what we go into. We do often go into situations we, as the intervener, do not understand in a proper way. We will most likely never come to understand in the proper way. So therefore, also we need to, I guess, our strategic approach needs to be tailored around these kind of issues. I'm very, very cautious and normally never use the concept of root causes. Because the root cause, of course, is if you define something as a root cause, you also you can go in and tame that kind of problem. And if you do not know what the problems are, and if the problems are, as one I would argue, are so diverse and different and may also changeable. And I'm talking from a position where I've done field work in the Congo for the last 25 years. I've been to Mali several times. I've done it in Somalia. I've done all these kind of things. And what I see patterns and causes of conflict that changes and evolve over time. And we need to be very cautious of having these kind of very top-down kind of approaches. We need to think about strategy approach differently. And why is that important compared to what we have done in the West? Is, of course, that it's one of the reasons why the strategic thinking, the way we went in to try to tame certain issues and identifying certain specific problems and all that, which of course can maybe explain some of the reasons why our strategic approaches and practical implementation on the ground did not succeed, all that. So we need to think critically around that, and we can have a further discussion on these kind of things as well. But I think another problem that we need to also go into and discuss a bit is about what is it that we have been faced with? What is it we are looking at in Sahel, but also wider in Africa and all that? We have, from the theory, we know Frederick Cooper and his gatekeeper state. Do you know that often these kind of states with weak institutions and all these kind of things, they use external powers to help them balance internal power dynamics and struggles and all that. And I think that actually that could be a very good lens to try to understand what is it that went wrong in Mali, for instance, or in Burkina Faso for that matter. Because one could say, if you go back to 2012, 2013, you see pictures there, people waving French flags, welcoming the French intervention for Sahel into Mali to help stop the spread of jihadists and from the north and all that, to where my picture in the bottom left corner, taken from a taxi last year when I did field work in Mali. It just shows you that things change over time and all that. What is it I'm trying to get at here is that these elites in these countries, they use the external powers to help them balance these internal dynamics. And if they don't serve their purpose, then of course they start maybe looking for other partners and other actors that maybe better can serve that purpose. And what is it that Russia in this case, of course, looking at 3 very different cases, Burkina Faso, Niger and Mali, what is it they can actually do here? It is Russia can help balance these kind of internal dynamics. We can always discuss whether, as the previous speaker said, to what extent it's been effective and all that, but at least they're doing it and they're serving it against and all that. And I think Niger is a very good example. If one has to do a reading on Chani, on what's went on there, you had a reformist president coming in, challenging the traditional structures and all that. Chani coming from the Hausa elite, seeing his position being undermined, finding a different sponsor that can actually change these kind of these reform initiatives and all that. So I think it's important, there's a good lens to maybe go in and try to understand why we failed, because we did not deliver, and then suddenly there were some other actors that provided better. So it's better to say that we need to be a better partner. We need to be a better option, to show that we are a better option, and we are, than the Russians, because I'll come back to that, but the Russians has nothing to offer. But as you see, we could talk about these regimes. These are one of the reasons why we see these kind of things, is that we see all these kind of different dynamics, and we see what the coups and all that, what is it they can offer. They often kind of offer that they are, they are better, think they can go in and change these kind of corrupt elites that are the holders of the gatekeeper state. They can go in and make reforms. If you listen to what Traoré is saying, in Burkina Faso, he's saying that he wants reforms. He's doing it to Thomas Sankara. He's actually changing to end the coups, to end all coups, like Jerry Rawlings said in Ghana in 1981. So we need to have a critical lens around these kind of issues, and why is it that these things are taking place? What is it that what are they a symbol of and all that? Because again, Burkina Faso and Niger is not the same. It's very different. The causes of the coups are very different, and therefore our approach in the future needs also to be very different around these kind of things. So, what is the purpose of these coups, and again, pointing back to us? I mean, it could be that, for instance, as in Traoré, it's a possible tool to avail to create change. It's a tool to disrupt. And what is the structures that have kept since the independence, has kept these societies in place, and where the external powers like France has played a critical role in maybe undermining and keeping things in balance. And of course, that is one of the things that have been attacked right now, that we see when you hear them talk about the narrative coming out, whether it's fake news or not, but it's coming out as, this is actually, we actually want to change, we want to create something new, which is different and all that. So disruption is a strategy to create and maybe secure something, if you at least trust what Traoré is saying in Burkina Faso, to a certain extent also Goita. Again, Chani is different, and Niger is a different case. So what is it that Russia, is it Russia that make the West fail? Or have we already failed? I would argue, because as I started by saying, that our strategic approach was naive and was top down with a lack of knowledge. We did not recognize the sentiments around what's going on the ground, what the sentiments around our own role, our partnership role is. So that's one of the things. So we have already, to a certain extent, failed, which may open the space for Russia to take. And of course, I quite agree with the previous speakers that Russia is a disruptive figure. Russia has nothing to offer. They're there to basically disrupt us, the West, and have the key to be able to migration, all these kind of things, all the things we've been talking, that people talk about all the time. So I'm not saying that Russia is doing, but they used this because we failed, because we did not do it in the right way. And we need to be critical around the way we have been partners or not partnering, and these kind of things. So this neo-colonial kind of thing, we need to take that seriously. And again, as I mentioned with the flag in the other picture, this thing that in 2012, people waved with French flags. 2022, when I took that picture, there was a Russian, Malian, and American flag at the same time. So sometimes, yeah, there is sentiments, and there are certain sentiments, but we shouldn't take them more seriously. They are quite instrumentalized. What do I mean by that? when I was doing fieldwork in Mali, you know, the youth movement was very anti-MINUSMA, the UN mission there. It was paid for by Russia. It was a Russian payroll. You had troll factories providing news, and everyone knew, talked about it, and everyone knew that it was happening. So there was a strategic communication from all sides. But we need to also look at ourselves and say, okay, what is it what kind of communication are we producing, and why is it that our communication is perceived quite often to be part of this neo-colonial intent and not trusted? So we also need to be critical around, because it's not just Russia producing this strategic communication. We, as the West, is also doing that, and it is seen as such and all that. So we need to take that seriously and go into this kind of thing. And basically, but the problem, as I've also mentioned by some of the other speakers, that Russia has nothing to offer. Yeah, they're doing military training, and they have military cooperation agreements with 35 plus African countries. Until the Ukraine war, they were the biggest exporter of military equipment. They are no longer, because they can't. So, okay, then they have the nuclear thing, they have the grain, but especially they have the ideology. And I think that is where we need to, and then that's where the previous speaker also talked about soft power. And that they have this kind of soft power. They have the history of being seen as being very progressive and being as a tool that can actually go in. And we need to show, as the West, to show that, and the global North, I don't like the term, but I'm using it anyway now, but we need to show them that this is actually just a bluff. And a good way is very currently right now is the UN Security Council, where you could actually call the bluff of China and Russia, because they've never been interested in actually doing UN Security Council reform, which is long overdue. So if, for instance, like the Americans recently did, the Danish government, for instance, have recently done, said, yeah, we open for that. We need to do that. We need to bring, you call the bluff of what is this, and maybe say what Russia actually shows what Russia, China really is. So we need to take this kind of, and say Russia hasn't got it, and the economy is small and all the kind of things. So they haven't got much to offer, but we need to call that kind of bluff and illustrate that by being a better partner, and really listen and be present in these kind of things. Yeah. And again, yes, it's true, as the previous speaker said, that the thing about that this thing about Western double standards. It is a serious thing. We need to take it seriously. We need to be quite aware of this and actually take these kind of, when they talk about Gaza, Libya and Iraq, it is a real issue, and it is seen as a real problem. And we need to take that seriously and not just push it away and all that, because we have been, as the West, the global North, been arrogant around these kind of things for a long time. So what is the situation now? And this is my two last slides. We are in a situation where, what can we do about this? We have the regional element, where we have ECOWAS, the regional organization, which is in a historic crisis. We have it's the whole thing about the threat of invading Niger, which was a big, rough. And when you say boo, and there's nothing, and it's just a boo, and there's nothing behind that, it actually pulls away your credibility and all that. And then you see that with the creation of the Alliance of Sahel States is, of course, a symbol of an organization that is not working. At the same time, we've also seen initiatives like the MNJTF, Accra Initiative, that has actually military corporations of coalitions of the willing outside that regional bloc. And I was a part of the ministerial meeting a couple years back, where ECOWAS asked, what about us? What role do we have to play in this Accra Initiative and all that? So there is a crisis in the regional structures, which of course makes the way in, because ECOWAS could have been a good way in to try to go in and have a dialogue and try to mitigate some of the things that have been going on for the couple of years with coups and all that. But right now, the organization is a crisis, and the leadership is quite weak. So that's a big problem as such. One thing that we need to be very aware of, and I have mentioned this, and I won't mention again, is that we have to show these countries that we are better partners. Another thing which I think is quite important, and I'm saying this because I know from the Danish debate right now with the new Danish Africa strategy, which came 2 weeks ago, that there is this thing of pulling away from the Sahel countries because it's difficult and it's difficult to operate in these areas, and therefore we focus on the countries around the Sahel, creating what I call a Maginot Line. And like we all remember our military history, the Maginot Line didn't work very well. And this, of course, is the wrong approach. We need to be present, and we need to have a dialogue. We need to be go beyond these kind of things. But how do we do this when we have the principles of good governance and a democracy and all these kind of things? We need to be pragmatic without compromising our own principles too much. So, but we need to be present and have a dialogue, constant dialogue with these countries. If not, we are going to leave it for Russia and other actors to go in and do that. We need to help build the regional challenges and help them build up these capacities using these initiatives where the Africans take leadership, and we need to go and help them make this work. So finds way where they can actually negotiate and cooperate on these issues and help them actually create something for better for the future. So, yeah, I think I'll better stop here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Susan Conrad. Thank you, Professor Mendrap. A large portion of food for thought. We have 2 more initial statements according to the program of this panel. And then let's have a lively discussion because we will have a good hour. So quicker, more agile answers and questions. So please, first we'll start with Tomáš Petříček, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. And then we'll go to Martin Dunaj, who was there in the place in the EUTM in 2022. So please, Tomáš, floor is yours.
Thank you, Jakub. I'm really humbled to be here because I'm not a specialist on Africa. I was not on the ground, but I would try to kick off referring to the overall issue we are now here discussing, and it emerged in many previous presentations. And we speak about battle of narratives in Africa or global geopolitical competition about Africa. And I think that it is very important to how we relate it to our strategic action and strategic outlook in Africa, because sometimes I have a feeling that it is a self-inflicted wound we are doing there. Only just to illustrate this, do you guess how big the real Chinese financial influence in Africa is? Can you guess how much money Africans received last year from China? Can you have a guess, like figure? 50 billion? $50 billion? No. And loans only. Yeah, which is fraction of OECD official development assistance to Africa, so grants, which is fraction of European American FDIs. If you look at the FDI stock in Africa, Netherlands, Dutch investments are 15 billion higher in 2021 compared to Chinese FDIs. So just to illustrate that whether this is also about perceptions and how we interpret our strategic outlook in Africa, and whether we are still able to understand what are our cards and our opportunities. Regarding the topic of this panel, I would have like only 3 brief comments. First of all, why we failed in Sahel. First of all, I don't know whether we failed. I think that the problem is whether we defined the strategic outlook in a way that it was almost inevitable that we fail. Second, whether we had a long-term strategic goal. I think very similar situation was actually in Afghanistan. We had tactics, we had expectations, but I think there was no final strategic goal. Second, how we framed our strategic goals in Sahel. And last, on strategy, I think that what we missed is whether we allowed for some local ownership in defining what a strategy should be there. And I think that was part of the problem. To add to this, I think that we also narrow down the strategic activities we had in the region to military largely, instead of trying to think in kind of like multi-domain strategy, which might include security, climate, development, interconnectivity, and last but not least, information and cyber domain as well. My second point is, and I really liked what was presented by Thomas Mandrap, because he highlighted the fact of complexities. Human society is not easy. We cannot simplify the stuff. We should try to really uncover the complexities. And in Sahel, I think that we faced issues of legitimacy. We didn't understand well how communities are relating themselves in a different way to what they see as a sovereignty and issues of independence, which refers a little bit to this post-colonial debate. But also, I think grievances. I think we didn't try to understand local grievances or community grievances in Sahel and to address them. And we instead came with what the West is increasingly trying to do, and it is support stability. We put stability as a key priority because it was our main anxiety about Sahel, terrorism, migration. So we wanted stability. We supported people we believed can bring the stability. So this stability, undermining our legitimate capacity to address what the locals really wanted to see. Like we want to have a legitimate representation. We want to have some ownership. We want to really strengthen our sovereignty, and nothing of this can be exported. Or, for example, legitimacy is not the source of legitimacy cannot come from the West. It has to come from communities in the place. My third point on which goes to disinformation, and it is not from my head, but I think we sometimes try to picture that the Africans are a bit of a passive recipients, or these communities are manipulated by Russians or Chinese and somebody. We do not reflect much on endogenous narratives that interact with these disinformations on issues like sovereignty, progress, development, security, and local grievances. And frankly, I think that if we do not reflect on this, and we will pay too much focus on disinformation, external disinformation, I think we will never have a strategy how to tackle them, because disinformation cannot create fractions in the society. They can exploit fractions in the society. And we can see it here in Europe. Russian disinformation are not dividing us. They are very effectively exploiting all of the pre-existing divisions in the society. And last but not least, I have one point, and it is that we haven't properly addressed many of the concerns of the local communities. My specialty is climate change and how it reacts with geopolitical dynamics. Look, we have very different, as a West, we have very different agenda on climate change compared to, for example, people in Sahel. They are more interested about how to address all the existing impacts of climate change there, instead of speaking about green transition and technologies and so whatsoever. They need to meet existing urgent needs, how to adapt to climate change, for example. And we are coming and speaking about climate change mitigation, which is not comprehensive for them. And we are not very reflective on what they really need. And I think it is also in other areas. It's not only about the question of climate change. So I will stop here, and I'm looking for the debate.
Thank you, Tomáš, and thank you also for the bit of hope that you don't see the situation as a complete failure. And also you pointed out to the resources we are still focusing on the region. So maybe if they are even better focused, they can do some good in the long term. Now, Martin Dunay, I know him for quite some time from my alma mater, Faculty of Social Sciences, and also from the Ministry. It's so good to see you, Martin. Floor is yours.
See you too.
Good morning, everyone. I will move aside from the a bit from the approach that previous speakers took before, from the grand strategy geopolitical perspective on the issue of why and whether we failed in whether Europe or West in general failed in Sahel and why so, and why it was um, why Russia replaced it instead. I do not want to share with you anecdotal stories from my engagement in the Mali. Nevertheless, I had a good experience from how things were done on the ground, and it's very valuable to take these into consideration once we decide to do such an engagement again. We need to take lessons learned, and these lessons learned should not be purely from the academic perspective. These should not be created in capitals. We should consult those people that were on the ground and discover what was wrong. So I was part of the UTM mission, European Union training mission in Mali. As it was presented before, there were a myriad of international activities, militarily focused, and European Union training mission was just one of them. So it would not be fair to say that whatever European Union training mission did or didn't do was the reason for the European failure, because there were also other initiatives. A French one, a German one was mentioned, also a UN mission for stabilization. So it's partly everyone's blame if Russia nowadays has a dominant role in the region. And it wouldn't be fair for me to subject the EUTM or EU as such to a crushing and drastic critique, because it's not just the EU's failure. EUTM or the mission was a tool. It was a tool for a security policy of the European Union. And as it usually goes with a tool, you can have a very good tool. You can have a hammer to knock a nail to a wooden plank. But once you're blind, or once you're using the hammer in a wrong way, once you're knocking the nail with a handlebar, you're not going to come to good ends. Exactly, you're not going to achieve the nail going into the wooden bar. So were we using the tool well, in a good manner, and were we as European Union a good user of such a tool? It breaks down to 2 points. Who was behind the mission itself, the European Union, and how the European Union used the tool. I do not want to spend too much time on institutional deficiencies, on the fact that we have to come to decisions and that the policy decision making has to be consensual, which is terribly inefficient, and you do not come to ends that are desirable, but just to those that are acceptable for everyone. I'd rather move, also for the lack of time, to how we use the mission. First reaction on the first speaker about the lack of understanding and lack of comprehension of local dynamics and local population. This is part of the trouble. The mission, not just the European Union training mission, the military one, but also the civilian one, it works on a rotational basis, and all the personnel that spends time in the country spends there only 6 months, which is not really much to understand what's going on in the country, and you're depriving yourself of institutional memory that could be then used in the future for the beneficial development of the mission itself. Second, I would change the flow of my thoughts a bit differently. Once you do a presentation, you're suggested or recommended to say what you're going to say, then say it, and then say or conclude by saying what you said. So it has like 3 phases. First, you need to say what you're going to say. In the context of the European Union mission and engagement in the Sahel, the first phase is to ask the locals, what are we supposed to do for you? One thing is whether European Union asked enough, whether they asked at all, or whether they just did what they deemed adequate and desirable. What we found is that there was a tremendous lack of key leader engagement. There was not a lot of visits from Brussels by experts to Bamako, to Mali, to the capital, to actually consult the leaders of Mali, to ask them what they want. If it happened, if we ask someone what is the desirable aid, assistance that we might provide to them, the face is to live up to it, to fulfill it. Then comes the critical point of coming up to a decision that we actually implement this assistance, which was quite frequently a very problematic moment, because different countries, 27 before that, 28 countries, after the Brexit, 27 countries had to come to a conclusion and to an agreement that this was actually acceptable for everyone. So, for example, when we discuss an actual accompaniment of Malian forces, armed forces, it was deemed a perfect opportunity for European military to provide a good assistance, to actually gain a feedback from how we do the training. Nevertheless, for other countries, it was completely unacceptable, because we would expose our troops, our soldiers, to a physical insecurity, and it was just a no-go. So at the end of the day, we ended up with having no accompaniment to Malian military. So again, if we ask, we then should try our best, do our best to live up to what they ask for and to deliver, which is not what we've done frequently. And then how we use the tool. There are two extremes that were used in Mali back then. One of them was how Operation Barkhane, the French-led mission, how it was operationalized. It was an anti-terrorist mission in Mali, which had some very good results, but one of the deficiencies that it had, that it did not cooperate with Malian armed forces too much. It did the missions on its own. The other extreme was European Union training mission, which is we will just train the soldiers, the Malian troops, to do the job, to do the fighting, and then we will let them do it on their own. So we either let them do it on their own, or we did it on our own. I'm sad that there was a one initiative that found a middle ground in between of those two extremes, and that was Task Force Takuba, that combined doing it on our own and doing it with them. Task Force Takuba was an international initiative through which special forces trained and actually engaged in operations with the Malian special operation forces. And this is exactly how you build partnership. If we're using a tool of our security policy, the tool should not just have as an objective a mitigation of migration or flows or securitization of a region. It also should be creating a long-term sustainable partnership. The way you create partnerships is through building of a mutual trust and mutual confidence. And you build mutual confidence and mutual trust by engaging hand by hand with your partner, which is sadly not exactly what was the approach by the European Union training mission. And my take on that is, if European Union had enough courage, if there was enough consensus to come for a joint activity with Malian armed forces, we might come to these positive ends of being a credible and reliable partner. And on the very last note, I do not want to spend much time on that, even though it's a very crucial one, because there will be a whole third panel on this issue, is that the European Union never managed to communicate what we were doing. We had an enormous financial investment. We had enormous physical, personal presence in the country, but we failed to communicate to Malian partners, to Malian population, what we are doing. So I do not want to go down to the issues of lack of strategic communication. I've already mentioned the lack of key leader engagement, but the striking absence of any efforts to harness the cognitive influence on the Malian population and the Malian leadership and or the Sahelian in general led us to where we are now, that few fake narratives can very forcefully and powerfully influence local population and local leaders, that Russia is the partner to go with, and that the European Union is not the one. I will stop here, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
So I'll take it in the reverse order, and I'll start with a quick follow-up question on Martin, because there is a saying, as you said, with the hammer parable, if you hold a hammer, everything looks like nails. But I wonder whether this is the same perception of the people in the chambers of Brussels meeting rooms, whether they feel this, urgency and agency. And you mentioned that disunity or lack of consensus and misunderstanding are the two main reasons that it's not successful, our missions. On the disunity, where are the main dividing lines? What's the problem in Europe in finding the unified approach to our strategic goals? And the second one was on the lack of judgment. What are we missing that is hitherto unknown? What is the thing that we are missing? And then we'll move to Tomáš and the others.
I'm going to start with the second question of what are the major points or topics for disunity in the European Union. It's a no-brainer that every country has its own objectives and its own interests and the ways that it perceives and understands what's going on in the region. Role of France was mentioned quite frequently by previous speakers, and its historical dominance in the region. It's very unfortunate that European mission was used from time to time as a vehicle, but it's logical that some countries would use a European mission as a vehicle, but that it was used as a vehicle for some individual countries to forward their own policies. And what is actually, and I'm not specifically mentioning France, but definitely countries can use this platform, can use Brussels to advance their own national policies. And of course, the Czech Republic has its own understanding of the situation and of our interests and the desirable approaches to how to resolve it. Nevertheless, some countries are more influential in Brussels, some are less influential, and then it all comes down to how effective you are in convincing the other countries that your approach is a good one. And not really to the benefit of the mission. It was always the case that an approach that would be efficient and effective and desirable for creating a sustainable partnership in the country prevailed, because some countries just didn't see it as a way to go to continue building up a partnership with a country with a political instability. I do not think that in Brussels they think that a military is a tool that would resolve everything. And it's although we're talking about, or I talked about a military training mission, it's not the only activity. It's a marginal one. Maybe it's the one that I'm talking about now, but it was just one complementary activity. But the poor and sad fact is that it was the one that was potentially the most visible one. And again, this is for the lack of our communication tool that we did not stress enough how much we do care, how much we do invest into soft policy issues such as climate change, resolution of ethnical cleavages, how much we invest into development in the country and in the region. And it would be very unfair to posit that we think that military or armies or military troubles are the root causes of what's going on in the Sahel. And I didn't quite get the very last question of yours.
as we missed something, but I think the time is of the essence. So if we may move to Tomáš, and it was said that there are influential and less influential countries in Europe, and we'll have to find a way to find a joint approach. But there are also countries with a really nasty colonial heritage as a burden. So how do you see the role of Central and Eastern Europe, the European newcomers from the 90s, in our joint effort in Africa?
First of all, I think, and I would probably start with a critical point. Look, we don't have a genuine interest. We don't. And if you look, for example, to the first reaction by stakeholders in Czech Republic, in Prague, on portfolio of Czech commissioner, which is Global Gateway, partnership with Africa and Latin America, it was, why we got this not interesting portfolio, which is actually very interesting, but it only corresponds with how little we really care here about. And I'm not saying that Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not caring; they care, but the stakeholders here are not so genuinely interested. And frankly, the main reason and why Czechia was involved in Takuba, in Barkhan, in EU training mission was France. It was our bilateral issue, how to strengthen cooperation with France. And now I think that as it failed, or I don't think it's failed fully, but I think that we didn't expect it to end it this way. We probably also turn into kind of like France bashing in response, and I don't like it. I live in France right now, so I don't like it that France is to be blamed for everything in Africa. And actually, what I see is that we are also believing that okay, France is to be blamed because of its post-colonial or colonial history. But frankly, France, Britain, many other countries in Europe are trying, at least trying. I'm not saying they are successful, but they are trying to somehow overcome this history. You have a lot of historical debates about the role of France in Africa. Once Macron goes somewhere, he usually brings something from Louvre to return, because there are a lot of monuments from the region that are still in Paris, not in Benin or somewhere in Western or Central Africa. But what we have a problem here is that we don't realize that even though we didn't have colonies, we are part of EU now. We are Europeans, we are white, and that's how we are perceived by Africans. So I don't think that we can overestimate the fact that we don't have this colonial past. And frankly, I sometimes feel that we are now more stuck in the colonial mental framework compared to French or British, because we feel that there is asymmetry in relations with some regions, because we are more developed and we can lecture them what to do, how to do it, that we know better. And this is not true. Usually we do not better because we don't understand the local context. And I think that that's where we need to work much harder to get our knowledge, to build our knowledge about local context, about complexities in regions like Sahel or Sub-Saharan Africa. So there is a lot of work ahead of us.
Excellent. Nobody has a desire to bash anybody else, but the results are speaking for themselves. And Suzanne Conrad mentioned 3 countries and called them Russian Protection Club. And these are Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. So I wanted to turn to you, back to you, and ask you. You said, and rightly so, that Russia is not so very successful in curbing the threat of terrorism. But what are our biggest achievements in that vein? On the other hand, you also mentioned that we should focus our money on the institutions in the area. But that seems to be very difficult considering that they are under a coup. So how can we put this money into a good use? And what can we show to the countries in the region in terms of our ability to curb the violent extremists in the region?
Yes, thank you very much for this very much complex question. And it's not that easy to answer this because, I mean, do we have 30 minutes to talk about? I don't think so. But first of all, I think we have a very much special situation so far with Burkina Faso, Niger and Mali. So they're also starting to cut everything, that also sometimes the diplomatic ties and looking very much to Russia. So, but first of all, what I think, and it was already mentioned here in on that panel, is that we still have to keep in contact with these countries, especially to communicate on a diplomatic basis. So we should have still having the embassies in the country as such, and looking very much also for communicating with the military government as such. What we can do and what we can do maybe also better is we should still being in the country for humanitarian aid, because this is very much of importance also for the community. And secondly, I think as well, when we look to humanitarian aid, but also to the development issue, I mean, the European Union is still does a lot. So maybe what we should do as well by the European Union is what was always strengthening, that we should communicate better what we're still doing in these countries. So when we are talking about humanitarian aid, but also development aid, maybe it's also the time to tell the communities and also to people on the ground that we are still in the countries and that we are still want very much to support them. So also to, how to say, to have the communities and the local population as an aim to get a better understanding of what we do. I think this could also help to make the population a bit more resistant to the jihadism spread. Well, what you said to me, how to stop that? That's a very much complicated situation because the jihadism is very much spreading out also to the countries of the Gulf of Guinea, so Benin and Togo. Socioeconomic reasons for sure. Maybe we should go also more into the northern part of Benin and Togo to get a better understanding what's going on there and try to stop that. And I would like to take the opportunity here to say also to the audience in the panel that Konrad Adenauer Foundation, actually we are finished right now a research on the communities in northern Togo and Benin. We mapped that to give a better understanding what's going on, and we would be very much delighted to give that research then also to the European Union institutions to get a better understanding and have a proper approach to stabilize the border regions in the Sahel region as such.
Thank you so much. I prepared a special question for Professor Mendra because the coup as a topic is really, really interesting. And in the Cold War era, it was only a question of whether our side, in terms of the West, or the communist East, were the organizers of the coup, and whether the coup results in a situation that's favorable to one of the blocs or disfavorable, not meaning that NATO was somehow involved. NATO was too important for that. But this was the reality. Nowadays, there is no ideology on the other side. The Russian offer is very ideologically bland. Their offer is basically, let's topple the West. Let's bring a new order. We don't have to be specific about the new order, right? And what should be our offer in that sense? Because coup is definitely out of the repertoire of the Western value-based coalition. That's for certain. What is our subtle, less violent ways to bring about regime change? I'm not afraid to say this, but regime change in the countries we are really interested in building strong relations, because Russia will never shy off organizing a coup in Africa.
Thank you for that question. And I have to say that's a big topic and it's a big issue, but I think it's back to the whole strategic approach, and it's back to the, in Denmark we call it, our foreign minister call is now a pragmatic idealism. And whether that just means that we put our values aside and then cooperate with everyone, there's still the standing joke in Copenhagen, but reality is that one of the problems we've had for a long time in our engagement, and I'm saying I'm saying EU, I'm saying the global North, has been that we have we have seen there's been no competition, and we've had all these conditionalities, shouting human rights, gender, and democracy first. The reality is, though, that we often have pushed through so-called elections, hybrid elections, that have re-elected the very same elites that have had monopoly on power since independence, because they manipulate the process. So the question is, of course, that we need to maybe, I'm not saying we need to accept military coups, we should never do that, but maybe understand that coups are different and try to understand the coups for what they are. And that's when we look at Gabon, for instance. Gabon is in, without, and again, I'm not afraid to say this in this public space, but Gabon is one of the good coups. Right? We've had a family, the Bongo family, supported by France, by the way, for many years, having a monopoly on power, stealing the wealth of the country, and now they're thrown out and something else is coming in place, which of course is a good thing. One could say that in Burkina Faso, if you listen to what Traoré is saying, he is saying that he wants to get rid of the whole old structure that has had monopoly on power and monopolize these things and want to change that. Maybe one should help support that kind of change if he's serious about it. Maybe that could maybe move Burkina Faso out of that, what has kept Burkina Faso in that grip of poverty and inequality and all the things that one of the other speakers also talk about, the center periphery discussions and all these kind of things. Right? So maybe that could be, if he's serious about it. Where for me, and the coup in Niger is much more problematic, because it's actually the old elite that is actually grabbing power back because it's been taken away from them. So I think, and again, it's a very easy reading of this, and it's much more complicated than that. But I think we need to be much more pragmatic around and say, okay, where can we then cooperate? How can we help? Maybe this is part of, again, and I'm using Jerry Rawlings as a good example. 1981, I think it's 91 or 80, whatever, doesn't matter. But the coup that ended all coup, the last military coup in Ghana. Ghana had so many military coups. Rawlings had responsible for 3 coups. He went in and said, now I'm having the coup that ends all coups, and changed the whole society. It took years. And it was, if you ask people, and I have friends and colleagues who were in, was refugees in Denmark during Rawlings' early years and all that. But the thing is that we now have a Ghana that, at least on the outset, looks like it moved beyond this kind of coups. So, but it took years, and it took someone to change the system and these dynamics and these kind of things. So what I'm trying to get at is that could we maybe start having a different approach? Russia, again, they're playing this game, and they're doing it officially because we've been playing our hand very badly, because we've been so normative, and we've had, as you mentioned, we've had that big stick saying we know best, you have to do like what we do and all these kind of things, and we need real partnerships, I guess. I don't know whether that answers your question.
It did, and it's a great news that Minister Coulibaly is still with us. So I have a question for him if he listens. Africa was a battlefield of the 19th-20th century as well. What are the most promising regional integration efforts that can really emancipate the continent or its regions to be more self-aware and battle off the attempts from China and Russia to have their influence across the region?
Well, thank you. And this is very interesting. I really wish to thank all participants, because I've been listening to very interesting and smart reflection about the whole question. Well, given what is happening now, I think we should protect organizations like ECOWAS. You see, in my view, what is been undertaken is to destroy all the progresses that have have been realized throughout the years. I mean, since 1975, year of creation of ECOWAS. And it is clear that with ECOWAS, we've achieved positive and interesting progresses. But this is under threat today. And the interest of powers like Russia is to have our countries completely isolated and more vulnerable. This is why in my opening remarks, I've mentioned Cote d'Ivoire, I've mentioned Nigeria, Ghana, and Benin, because those countries are under serious threat as we speak. So ECOWAS should be protected, but ECOWAS should be rethought to adapt to the new challenges that West Africa is facing. And this might be true for the whole continent. Let me take it to the issue of the partnership. Serval Operation Serval was, I think, a success until the Malian army was banned to enter a city of its own country. That was the first bone of contention. Kidal has been an issue since a very long time, and the fact that in 2013 the Malian army wasn't allowed to enter Kidal has become a serious issue between France and Mali. First, between French military who conducted Serval and the Malian army, and thereafter between Barkhane and the Malian army, and of course between the leaders of the two countries. And Malian population came little by little to understand and start to see the French army differently than it was seen in February 2013. So partnership is supposed to carry visions and interests of both parties, or actors who are acting together, working together. If there is a doubt about the respect of one part interest or vision, this is the risk of failure. It is important to underline that at a moment the Malian military has felt that they were treated with a kind of contempt by the French partner. That was said many times. I'm a former Minister of Defense, so I happen to receive reports from our military leadership. That was a feeling which was expressed many times. So the failure has more psychological reasons between Malian and the French partners than operational reason. And I think is considered to be, to my opinion, was a success. I think Barkhane operation was not really necessary because when a foreign army stay too long in a country at the moment, they can be seen as occupation army, and that is what happened. I think that is one of the reasons of what happened between Mali and France. You see, for the future, as I said, we need to put much efforts on education, because when public policies are failing, mainly concerning education, your people can be more vulnerable to false narratives and manipulation. But first, we have to build a plan and defeat what is going on at the moment. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are under ugly regimes. I don't think there is a good coup d'etat. I don't think there is a good coup d'etat. There always is a risk when power is taken over by force, because yes, Jerry Rawlings is an example that can be praised, I know, but from 1960 to now, 95% of coup d'etats could have. I can't see any good coup d'etat. Let's put it short. I think Russia is playing with the military juntas for its own interest. There is no Malian interest. There is no Burkinabe interest. There is no Nigerian interest carried by Russia's external actions in those three countries. So, what is important to do now, maybe, is to help oppositions build a new path, so we can ousted those military juntas and try to have new democratic regimes and have opportunities to establish new relations with Europe, taking into account realities and, of course, economic interest of all parties, and being mindful that each people have their own identity, and that must be respected.
Thank you very much. It's always the best way to understand your own doing through the lens of your partner from the continent, from the African continent. Let's now, and you said that education is one of the failures. Let's now give the microphone back to the people who are one way or the other still within the process of education. Let's give the audience a chance to jump in with their questions. I'll take more than one question. I will kindly ask our speakers to write them down, and then they can select based on their expertise which question they would take. So I'll take like 4, maybe 5 questions from you. Who is the first one? Please, gentlemen in the lila sweater. Yeah, of course, but I should keep mine probably. Do the right one.
Hi, I'm Luis from Germany. I'm also part of the master's program. So the last 1.5 hours, I feel like we talked a lot about like theoretical aspects of what the EU did wrong in their missions. And we talked about theoretical aspects, what could be done better in the future. But like what I'm especially interested is in what specific achievements or what specific achievements do we already see that those kind of future plans that especially Susan Conrad mentioned are actually happening and actually realistic, because I feel like when we talk about the theory, yeah, it might work in the future, but I'm especially interested in if there are specific achievements in the Sahel area that those kind of efforts are actually working.
Very good question. So who's next? The gentleman on the left in the middle with a blue sweater.
I wasn't crazy. You did raise your hand.
Thank you. It has been said that we, either as the Collective West or as the European Union or just Europe, are sending much higher amounts of aid and money to different African countries than the Eastern alternative powers like China are. My question is, where does that money go exactly? Does it disappear into the wrong hands? Does it get applied correctly, but do we just not propagate our successes accordingly? Because anytime I see in the public space that something new has been built in Africa, either a new railway, a new quarter in a city or something like that, it is always or almost always a new port with Chinese investment. So I ask, where does our aid go exactly?
Chinese loans. Please, to the right side of the aisle, and then.
Hello, everybody. My name is Félix Butin. I am the Deputy Head of Mission at the French Embassy here in Prague, and somehow I felt obliged to take the floor and the mic. Thank you very much for this wonderful event. It's very important to have this analysis and also these testimonies in some kind of exercise of immediate history. Just to react to some points that were raised during the discussion about first about the history and the sequence to which we went through. First, the fact that indeed the French military intervened at the request of the Malian authorities to fight terrorism, and indeed, as was mentioned by Minister Coulibaly, this mission was a success. Thereafter, as in many other countries where similar interventions occurred, and I think including in the Balkans, including in the Middle East and North Africa, including in Asia, and you will guess where, there is a difficulty associated to the international presence and the presence of foreign troops on a continent and on a soil. And indeed, there is also the difficulty of having no country, no Western country able on its own to intervene and to be able to do, let's say, the whole business on its own, and the need to act by way of efficiency, but also by way of capabilities and legitimacy with other partners, with the UN, with the EU, with other partners. And it is a very complicated process. It is very tiring to build consensus, to find political objectives. At the same time, there is a difficulty to apart from the military operation, to find a political way and a political process. It was not mentioned, I think, in the previous intervention, but there was this whole question of the political process through the Algiers Accord on specific case of Mali. There was also the problem of dealing with several elites, which indeed have their own agendas, and it's normal. Also to deal with the inefficiency of some aid. And let's react to the last issue. There is also an issue about corruption in some cases, and all that pattern create indeed resentment against the French. But what was interesting, it was not only against France, and I think at a certain time there were some thoughts that this resentment was focused on France because of its colonial past, and what history proved is that actually, indeed, including other countries, were targets of this resentment because they were presented as being a part of the West, or I don't know, foreign invaders, or I don't know. Because indeed, this all intervention and all this Sahel sequence intervene in a moment where strategic competitors had their own agenda, and we have not discussed that much the modus operandi of Russian tactics, etc. They were very able to use the cleavages within the various societies, as they are doing actually in our own societies, as was mentioned eloquently by Minister Petricek. And in that regard, we should reflect upon that. And I will just mention two things. What is the way ahead? Way ahead is indeed to know what to do better with Africans and not for Africans. And we have to enhance the way we deal with civil societies, which was maybe not so much the case in the past, to do more development in the countries with whom we can. And indeed, there are some countries where it is not possible now. And finally, just a remark about interests and agenda. Indeed, we do all have interests. And when as for identity, France has its past, and indeed, Africa is a part of France's identity, and I think that everyone is aware of that in France. But every country, be it in Africa, be it in Europe, has its interest. And when I hear here in the Czech Republic the debate being focused on for instance, the Migration Pact, I wonder whether including in the Czech Republic, there is no interest in what's happening on the other side of the Mediterranean. Sorry, I've been very long. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I think there is a very little time for more questions. So let's take one or two quick ones, and let's let the speakers to decide what they will answer in their concluding remarks. This is the last round, please.
Hello. Okay, so there's a reaction that I want to make about this entire colonialism and neo-colonialism discussion. It just occurs to me that these are completely irrelevant concepts, and the way we take it so seriously just muddles up our own narratives in this, ideological war. So okay, so like, would you say like I have a point in that?
Okay.
I also have a question in that regard too. Oh, my name's Zephyr. I'm a part of the master's program. I think that the colonial history of these countries and these regions is in fact, intractable part of why they are destabilized, and that it's an incredibly important aspect to consider when we're talking about these regions. And so when we're talking about disinformation, if I were a Russian agent trying to spread disinformation, I would use the fact that many of these countries are former colonial powers to my advantage. And that doesn't really seem like disinformation, that just seems like an unfortunate reality. So I'm curious as to how NATO allies plan to counter that.
Thank you. That's the end of it. I hope my dear participants wrote down the question. Basically, two polar question on the colonial past, but which is good.
Jakub.
Last quick one. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name's Matt. I'm from Alaska. I'm about to start the program here. My question is, Sahel is a huge region. Someone talked about resources and just lack of interest potentially. What are the panelists' thoughts on, instead of addressing the region as a whole, you specifically go after or put aid into countries that you think would be more valuable, that you would get more from your aid or investment, rather than trying to do a larger regional solution? Just look at more specific countries rather than a regional solution. Thank you.
Excellent tone from US citizen to see the world through the lens of the periodic table of elements. I like that. I spent a year in Alaska. So let's take all these flavors and let's our speakers to have their last round of reactions. So let's start from the very beginning. Let's start with Susan Conrad and then go according to the program.
All right, I gave my best to take all the questions. I come back to the German gentleman asking for the specific achievement, so that's also not easy to answer, but I will give you some, and it's a German intervention. It's called Gazelle. Gazelle was a special force training by German special forces in Niger, and it went very well. So, but unfortunately, we had to get out of the country because of political reasons, obvious political reasons, but maybe to give an idea, Gazelle was really successful in the sense, very much training the Niger special forces on the ground. The second thing is, because where does the money go? So also very good question. I'm on a regular basis on the continent, and I'm using also highways coming from the airport to the city centers. So actually, the European Union is also building these highways, but you are right, we are not announcing this. It's always China, so we have to do better also in what we are doing in the infrastructure. We do have the whole Global Gateway Initiative building infrastructures on the continent, but nobody's talking about this from the European Union side, what we are doing. So we have to get much more better in proposing what we are doing for the infrastructure. Third was, the intervention by the French gentleman. Thank you very much for doing this. I would like also to underline that when you look to Emmanuel Macron, he actually really tried hard to change the French policy, especially to West Africa. And sometimes it's not taking very much into account. So I just want to underline, when you look to the military footprint by the French in West Africa. So when you look to the Senegal or you look to the Chad, Mali, Niger, it's very much reducing on a large scale. So we have to see this as well. And also what the French government did is you put much more money also in the communication efforts for your embassies. So I also see a change also in the foreign policy of France with regard to West Africa. And we, us as Europeans, we should also taking this more into our minds. And I think you're right. Because of the colonialism aspect, it's very much a matter for Africans. I've been last week to Kampala, to Uganda, and I had strong talks with a young population from East African countries exactly because of this. Actually, I speak now as a historian, and don't take this wrong. Of course, very bad things happened because of colonial powers on the continent in the past. But what I'm trying to say to the young population also on the African continent, it is as it is, but don't look too much into your past, because when you look with your mindset too long into your past, you cannot create your future. It doesn't mean that the colonialism aspect is going away, but it's better to move on than just look to the past and maybe blame someone for what happened in your countries. And also since 60 years, most of the African countries are really free and liberated. So what happened in the 60 years? So this you have to evaluate as well. And last but not least, choose one country in the Sahel region. Maybe it's better But have a look on this, which countries are included into the Sahel region. When you go from the from the west coast very much to the east coast, we are starting with Mauritania, we're having Mali, we have Niger, Burkina Faso, we have including also the Sudan. Sudan is also from a geographical point of view part of the Sahel region. Which country you would choose? I mean, when you go back to West Africa, of course, we have maybe the Senegal, or we have maybe Benin and Togo, and we are putting more efforts into it. But the problem with the Sahel region is it's a whole. It's a whole area. We are facing the same problems and the same situation. So it's very hard to choose to pick up just one country, because the rest of the countries are also very much in the same situation. That's the biggest problem for us, also for us Europeans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mendrap.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Taking from the top, I think Susanne has answered some of them, so I will try to go. I think the effect, I think this, as I started by saying in my presentation, there's a difference between operational successes and then strategic effects and strategic failures. And I think we have a lot of examples of projects that have been running and going well. Susanne mentioned the German Special Forces training and all that, but strategically, Germany is no longer there. You have a military coup and all that. So strategically, maybe one could say that's a thing. The same goes with Denmark. You know, we're looking at bilateral aid in Mali, a lot of small scale industrial projects and all that, a whole range of things. Actually, you can go and pinpoint and say that that's their successes, but Denmark has just announced they're closing their embassy. We are pulling out of Mali. So again, is that a success? It depends on how you look upon it. What if you have to have visible things? I think one important thing, and I think the new model, the UN, especially the UNDP, for instance, they have this stay policy, which of course means that you're going to stay in the country, try to build up projects. And for instance, in the Menaka region in Mali, UNDP are starting the pilot projects of building secure villages after the same model as they're done in Borno State in around Lake Chad. And I was there in February to field work on the ground and with Boko Haram and all that. So I saw it with my own eyes. And they've taken that model from a bottom-up perspective, using local communities and all that. So that's a way to maybe go in and have a dialogue and being present with, even though it's difficult with that kind of environment. So these models are there, so one could have a look at that. I'm going to talk more about that later. Around the EU, I think it's quite important to...
I'm sorry, but there is no later. This panel ends in
I know,
2 minutes.
During the day, I know, later in the day. But that was, I know. But just to say that the Global Gateway is a good example of how EU has changed its strategy, that is actually looking to counter the influence of the Belt and Road Initiative from China, building infrastructure projects. We have the new corridor being built from Angola into the Congo, being quite successful. They're very visible. So in moving away from doing all these more soft kind of projects to actually very visible infrastructure projects, which are more visible, and therefore you can actually show your profile as a union, I think is an example of where the EU is actually trying to do that. Another example on the security cooperation, the whole multinational joint task force around Lake Chad is financed mostly by the EU through the African Union as a partnership, as a model you're using to actually how to do counter-terrorism operations, support local structures, via the EU, financed by the EU, and that is actually a model where EU is again showing quite a good effect on these kind of things. Then we could say that's a whole thing around France. I won't comment on that. I think one thing that I think we didn't talk about, which I think is extremely important, is that I think one of the speakers mentioned this thing about that we often say what things are done to Africans, but Africa and the African countries, especially also West Africa, got a lot of agency. And that we also need, as the West and the global North, reach to realize that because Ghana, take that as an example, because Ghana is friend with us, they can also be friends with Russia or China. They're saying that they're not going to choose here. So they have the agency to choose, and they can go and pick the partners they want. And the thing is that we have, as the global North, have for a long said, yeah, but if you go with Russia, you cannot work with us. And I think we need to realize that we need to be able to maybe to manage that maybe say Russia, China is not the same. We can maybe actually have common ground, maybe, and actually accept that Russia, the African countries have agency, they have power, and they're negotiating there for their own sake and for their own reason, for their interests. And that is where that relates to the actual colonial question. Because
thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I will be a really bad moderator if I wouldn't let the two guests in the room have their say in 2 minutes, and then we have to end. So please.
Yes.
I'll just respond to two to be short on specifics. Controversially, supply military equipment and ammunition to partner who needs it. If you don't do it, Russia will do it. And part of the problem we had in Sahel. On the money, look, yeah, you probably have to think about signature projects. Actually, the truth is not that China is developing African infrastructure. It's a couple of projects only that hit the headlines. But we have the same problem in the Western Balkans. Look, one Chinese project makes us feel that China is making the headlines in Western Balkans, while all the highways, railways are reconstructed from EU funds. So think about it maybe in terms of like, let's have few signature projects. And last, on colonial, I think that you have to deal with your history, but you cannot be stuck in your history. And it's only about yourself if you want to mentally rest in the periphery. You have countries like Singapore who could be still discussing about colonial history. They try to get over. Maybe they're better off now than if they are still discussing about what the grievances of the past. But it is not easy to go over the grievances. My country is still stuck in the 1938. So,
excellent, Martin. Last word.
I'm going to echo the last comment. The money flow. There are a lot of investments from the West. They go to structural, systemic changes, societal development. These are like grand projects on the ground in health, education, infrastructure, and stuff like that. But we might tend to forget about just the instant, immediate happiness supply that for the African leaders might be represented by just some military toys. And as long as we are not going to be the ones who are going to provide them, then some other actors will have the guts to provide them with those, and they will trade it for political partnership. So it's not a strategic vision to deprive them of what they really need, what they really want. And it's quite natural that post-coup military leaders are not really like good strategic thinkers. They do not care whether these achievements will be seen in a decade. They want to see result in a month. So the West should take this into consideration and provide also stuff whose performance will be seen in months and whose ends will not be demonstrated in years and decades.
So many thanks to the panelists here or far. Many thanks to you. You've been a great audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists and all your questions. Now we're going to have a small coffee break until 12. There's refreshments and coffee outside.
Hey, David, can you hear us all the way to Botswana? David, I'm trying again. If we can hear each other. Hey, so good it's afternoon now, everyone. Glad that you decided to stay with us, and I have a privilege to chair this amazing panel that is second in a row for today, just before the lunch break. In the second panel, we will talk about the connection of disinformation and democratization, how this connection helps us prevent spread of disinformation, but mainly how this connection has been misused by other mainly authoritarian actors. In this panel, we have 3 people in person and 1 online, hopefully joining us soon because there are some technical issues. So David Sebudubudu from the University of Botswana will be joining us hopefully soon online when all the technical issues are sorted. Next to that, we have Ivana Karaskova here from the Association for International Affairs. Is that the correct English name? Who also used to teach in here at the Geopolitical Studies. Is an expert on Chinese influence operations. We have Wojciech Bílý, who is the director of Afripoli here in the Czech Republic. And finally, Ronan Woodsford, who is not only the analyst at the Geopolitical Future, but newly also our PhD student at Geopolitics. So I would like to hand the floor to Ivana to begin with her intervention.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great that so many sticked here, despite the fact that we are not going to count weapons anymore, at least not in this panel. So thank you very much also to the organizers for inviting me. As both said, I'm a sinologist. I'm focusing on China. I have been looking at China for the past 20-something years, so I stopped counting at 20. And I lead 2 international projects. One is called Map Influence, looking at Chinese and Russian influence in Central Europe, including Czech Republic, Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary. And the other one is ThinkNet. It's a collection or a net of China analysts from Central Europe. It's called China Observers in Central and Eastern Europe, aka Choice. You can find both online. They're operating in various languages, but most importantly in English, I guess. So I have to put here a very big disclaimer. I'm not an African specialist. In fact, I know very little about Africa, but I know a lot about China and Chinese influence operations. And with my colleagues, we have been mapping Chinese influence operations in this region in Central and Eastern Europe since at least 2016, 2017. And we were recently approached by one of the democratic government, not the Czech one, sadly, to look at Chinese messaging to sub-Saharan Africa, which was a new for us, but we thought that may be a very interesting comparative study. Then we looked at 3 Francophone and 3 Anglophone countries, and we wanted to know whether China is messaging differently into different countries and whether the countries have different counter strategies, if they counter at all. So this is the result of our research. I think there is nothing secret there, though I just came up with the idea to share the presentation like literally 2 minutes ago. If there is, I will just say next slide very quickly, but I don't think there is anything sensitive. So please, next slide. So as was said, we looked at 3 Francophone countries, Senegal, Gabon, and DRC, and we also look at 3 African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, which speak English, which is Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. These countries, of course, have very different backgrounds. Next slide, please. Very, very different starting positions to talk to. We also looked at various data we were able to scrape online. Very big disclaimer here as well, to our total surprise, and bear with me, we are used to work in Central and Eastern European countries, including Western Balkans. There's almost nothing to actually scrape, find archives in Africa. And it took us quite a long time to actually realize that we have to use a very different methodology for African countries than we are used to operate with. But we did dig some interesting results and data, and we corroborated the research with 25 interviews with our African partners, colleagues, but sometimes random people we found through snowballing effects. Next slide, please. As is true for all the countries globally, the print is in decline, online is surging up. In African countries, radio still plays quite a big role. What is probably interesting to know, and that's quite different from our region, is that journalists go unpaid for a long periods of time, which makes them quite susceptible to financial inducements from various influencing actors. There's also a heavy reliance on advertisement, which is true also for some of the other countries, right? Because the subscription basis is very low and it can't sustain the whole operation of the media. So once again, an interesting avenue for anyone to invest and to influence a little bit the local narratives. Media ownership belongs to some of the business figures, which is complicating things. It's not only the political figures, it's also business figures with various ethnical or personal or business or political or clan or you name it, interests, which creates a little bit complicated mediascape as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, quickly through these two. These are not important, not sensitive, but not important. Yeah. China started to be very active in Africa already soon in 1950s with some of the radio operations. But then the presence actually accelerated in 2000 with radio equipment donations to various countries. Xinhua, the Chinese state news agency, opened its office in 2006 in Nairobi. It actually moved from Paris to Nairobi. It built this huge conglomerate of various media. And it also started to, China also started to offer a CCTV Africa program for African audiences. So that was all part of the so-called go out strategy. When China realized during the first Beijing Olympics in 2008 that there was a huge backlash against Chinese image, so it has to do something online as well as offline to basically tip the scale. So they started to invest massively into media, including in Africa. But they still struggle to find larger audiences. As I said, there are very, very limited studies which were done on African countries. Some of them are country specific. Some of them are just looking at one specific type of media. Some of them are just looking at very tiny fragment, like let's say 2001 year and so on. But from those studies, what we can see overwhelmingly of those three studies is that China is still not very much or the African audiences are still not very much accustomed to actually look at Chinese content. But there's a big but, and that comes with huge investments into those avenues. It comes with quite unorthodox ways, which I will tackle in a few minutes, of how China is doing that. So as for now, we may say that based on those very, very limited data, Chinese media are not heavily popular in Africa. They are seen as not so trustworthy as the established media, established news agencies such as AFP, such as Deutsche Welle, such as BBC, you name it. But there is an interesting increase and interesting new ways on how China can actually tip the scale. Next slide, please. China uses an interesting toolbox, and that's something we know from globally from all the regions, including Czech Republic. We can basically discuss that as well, that China tried the same strategies, and to the extent it succeeded or it didn't succeed in this region. One of them is the borrowing of local voices, or maybe we can move into another slide and then we come back to borrowing of local voices, which is media trainings. These are quite often overlooked because they seem to be this soft, uninteresting, not counting weapons, right? Soft, uninteresting way of how to win hearts and minds. But in Chinese case, it's very, very efficient and very effective. So when we started to look at the local media with proven links to China, we realized that all of those editors and journalists who underwent the training programs in China ended up back in those media a couple of months or or a year later, and they started to produce content on media. And thus, this content tend to be overwhelmingly positive about China, and it doesn't cover certain issues such as Hong Kong, such as Taiwan, such as Tibet, such as human rights abuses. Basically, all those sensitive issues somehow are missing from the content which African audiences are consuming, coming from those editors who underwent the trainings in China. The journalists are exposed to Chinese narratives, they're exposed to Chinese culture. We have spoken with a number of those people who underwent the training. It was really interesting because in Central and Eastern Europe, if you speak with journalists going to those fully funded news trips to China, they do not want to talk. In African countries, we were lucky enough that because it's not seen as a sensitive issue, that we were greeted with a lot of open doors, and journalists tend to recommend each other. You should speak with my friend from Botswana, we should speak with my friend from South Africa, who also was a part of my group of journalists. So it was quite interesting. And they said that they were not expected to write anything while they were in China, but all of them did, because they are journalists, they wanted to report. And then they are quite often asked back to travel to China to cover various political issues, like meeting of the party committees and congresses and so on. These trainings used to be year-long. Now they are 3 months long after COVID-19, which may mean two things. Either China is running out of money for these programs, or they realize it's very, very effective and they can train people in a short time and they can train more. So, but honestly, we do not know that much. We did a case study just to illustrate that on Le Soleil in Senegal, where 2 journalists were sent to China for media training. Now they are responsible for 30% of all China-related content coming out of this media. Next, please. This is linked to the so-called borrowing of local voices, where having someone talking from China about China issues is, of course, valuable for the narration, but having someone outside of the China space talking about China issues is even more valuable for PRC, because it lends credibility to all those voices. And it helps localizing the narratives. So we do see China investing heavily into not only journalists, but also various political parties, leaders, young leaders of different groups, and so on. China also started to hide the content a little bit. So we did a small case study on Daybreak. It's a weekly in Nigeria, where 71% was reprinted on the content on China was reprinted directly from Chinese sources. About 19% more, we guess, was also coming from Chinese sources, but it was never mentioned in the text. So you can imagine articles saying, I don't know, Xinhua just released this report and we think it's great. And that was basically coming with a lot of Chinese narratives, but there was no name of any local journalists. So we do not have an idea where this is coming from, but most likely it's coming from Chinese sources nevertheless. Next one. Some of the narratives which were adopted, and that was one of our hypotheses or one of our key questions. We ask ourselves, okay, China is messaging. Is anyone buying actually? Does it actually translate into, if you bring a journalist from country X and plant him to country Y for a training, does it stick? Is this journalist then susceptible to those narratives and he or she is repeating them? And we found out that, yeah, they are actually quite willing to do that. And the narratives which prevailed were narratives of China being a champion for developing countries. So China being this one country which was stood up for the developing world, for the global south, so to speak. China as an inspiration for Africa, as a good economic partner, and as a counterbalance to West, which is corrupted, insincere, and is building the global world order just for its own benefit. And last but not least, of course, human rights abuses in China were denied. Probably not a big surprise here. Next slide, please. China also invests in media, so there are a number of partnerships, number of investment going on with African media outlets, which leads to censorship of sensitive information. That's what I already mentioned a little bit, and it also provides space for the Chinese officials to talk about various issues. For those of you who happen to be Czechs, you can think about Právo when it was around, or Halo Noviny, or Parlamentní listy, for to speak, where the Chinese ambassador has its long, open op-ed published here and there. So this is also the case for the media which we studied. And last but not least, there is an open space for cooperation with Russian media outlets. We have not focused specifically on this issue, but we will probably do that in another project, because we came across, when we started to look at China-related content, we came across a couple of articles which were sourcing Sputnik, the Russian media. Next slide, please. 3 minutes. Okay. We can skip that one. And we can stop here. Start times as a provider of satellite TV was already mentioned here in the first panel. But what is much more interesting, and I would urge you to do research on that if you're interested in this topic, is the Opera news aggregator, which is used by 350 million people in Africa. It's also available here in Europe. And it's an interesting app which will crawl data from different news media and present them to you as your personalized content. Needless to say that when we did the research and we faked that we are a person from Nigeria and we downloaded Opera and then we searched for critical issues, China critical issues, we couldn't find any. So at least from this very small mini research, we can say that Opera is definitely censoring some of the information, and it also comes pre-installed on phones, which you can buy in Africa from Chinese companies. So you can have this incredibly interesting ecosystem where you buy a phone from Africa, it comes with Opera installed, you can use it. It's also manufactured for the African environment where it doesn't crawl that much of the data. Data are expensive in Africa, so you don't pay that much for having access to news. Great business plan. Next one, please, and next one, and next one, and then we are in conclusions and recommendations. So based on the research, which we can discuss more in Q&A section if you're interested, China is actually present in all and every media we looked at, being it Francophone media or Anglophone media, to an extent which is unparalleled. And bear with me once again, we did research on Western Balkans, we did research on Serbia. So still in comparison, more of Chinese interest and definitely more of avenues China built in those media. It also creates the information ecosystem, which I described. There is a very, very low awareness between the African elites of what it means actually to have access of China into its mediascape, and it is very limited pushback. In Anglophone countries, more of so, perhaps because of the linkages to the critical debates about China in English language. In Francophone countries, less so. As for the recommendations, next slide, please. Well, I linked them here, or I put them here into 3 separate columns based on long-term and also financially more difficult to achieve ones. The easiest thing, actually, what Europe could do, and there is still plenty of sex appeal of Europe and Africa, is to basically work on that sex appeal. Do not neglect African countries. Do not look at Africa as the continent, which is a source of headache for Europeans because of migration and potential terrorism. So there is much more when it comes to Africa. So do not neglect Africa. Build on sex appeal. Build on the cultural allure of Europe. One of the very popular things in African televisions is soccer, football. And still, if you're able as a provider of TV, satellite TV, to bring to African audiences Bundesliga, I'm not a soccer fan, so I have no idea what it means. But basically all those things, if you can provide that, you can secure presence. And then you can start with that also some different counter messaging. Dividing of labor between different European member states was something which was discussed here a little bit, and I'm glad that Tomáš Petříček, the previous Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, was so blunt, saying that there is no genuine interest in Africa. So I think those countries which have genuine interest in Africa should work a little bit more on the EU level to de-French the African policy of the EU and come up with different alternatives. And I have more, but I will stop here because I think that Bohuš is already nervous and I overused my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm glad that you mentioned football because just in July we spent a couple of days with Ronan and Addis watching Euros there with the locals, so it was a lot of fun. And now I would like to ask again whether David can hear us because I've seen his picture for a bit, so I'm not sure if you're there. Still nothing. All right, so we are still dealing with technical difficulties. All right. So let's move to Wojciech, and we will see when the technical difficulties will be sorted. So I will pass the floor to Wojciech Bílý, who is the director of AfriPoly, also doing a lot of interesting work with Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tremendous honor to be here, especially among all these amazing speakers. I feel really, really humbled today. The challenge to coming up in the second panel after all these speakers, and especially just before the lunch break, is quite obvious. But I try to keep it short, and hopefully, I'll come up with something meaningful on the same time. I am currently working as a director of AfriPoly, which is like a think tank that kind of aims to bridge different institutions from Europe with the African counterparts, and we are aiming also to bring more business from Europe and create, open the opportunities for certain maybe hesitant business owners to take the dive and be brave and try the African markets because the opportunities are tremendous there. In the past few years, I've been working on different projects as an analyst or as someone who's big of an enthusiast towards Africa. I don't dare to call myself an expert. I think that's too daring, especially Africa is a huge continent. But I do tend to travel to Africa on a regular basis. And so I would like to actually use this opportunity to speak a little bit more about how Russia is actually seizing the opportunity of West withdrawal especially from Sahel, and kind of mention maybe the impact on the democratic processes that are affected by all these changes in that region. Let me start off just a little bit with the context, because I think it's quite important to realize that if you look in the countries which are affected by or kind of swayed under the Russian influence in the moment, such as Central African Republic or Mali, they have several things in common. One of them is that if you look at the security status of these countries, is that basically the local government has almost no control outside of their capitals and maybe some of the major regional cities. That kind of creates a lot of challenges in terms of these democratic processes, because if you want to talk about democracy in these countries and people have no access to the poll station, they cannot vote, they have none of these basic rights, obviously it's really hard to start to lecture them about democratic values. So for most of the people, actually, when it comes to the coups and these military men coming to power, the non-democratic part of the whole process is not that much of a challenge for them. I think that the main motivation there is they're kind of looking with the hope for someone in power who can actually make a change and deliver some security and deliver on the promises to restoring the security in the country. And then probably afterwards we can start talking about whether we can implement the democratic processes. That doesn't mean I'm trying to defend the coups itself. I'm just saying that from a perspective on the local people, like in Mali, for instance, those who are mainly affected by the rule of jihadist groups, the democratic process itself are probably not the most seen priority at the time. Nevertheless, with the withdrawal of the Western powers, especially France, obviously here comes Russia with a very unique strategy. We have discussed it just a little bit like in the first panel, but I'd like to dive a little bit inside of it. Because what is Russia actually doing, which is quite different from what we were trying to do as Europe before that, is that Russia comes with these, I would call like comprehensive security packages. It's almost like a commercialized service that they offer to these states. And on the first look, it looks quite, I would say, at least interesting, to the sense that what is actually Russia offering to these states, such as Mali, Burkina, etc. Well, first of all, it's military support in battling these jihadist groups, which is a big one, and is the reason number one that it's all kind of happening in that region, like why the coups happening and everything. And also, and now it's kind of intriguing, is the protection of the ruling elites. It seems like nothing maybe, but if you look, for instance, in Burkina Faso and the president Ibrahim Traore, he's not actually guarded by the presidential guard, he's guarded by the Wagner troops. And for him, it's as insurance that he will remain in his power. He's not going to be overthrown by another coup leader, and that kind of solidifies his kind of status. Secondly, Wagner kind of offers these services as a guards to different mines and different like natural resources. Like we could see that in Libya, we could have seen it in Central African Republic, where basically Wagner's kind of protects the national interest, although national might be a little bit too over dramatized interest of the elite to maintain the control of the natural resources. And lastly, what Wagner actually actively offers to these states are massive disinformation campaigns. And again, it's part of the package, and it's part of the of what they're trying to push through. And it might not seem as that significant, because there are some remarks that obviously what Russia is doing, they are not creating new divisions, they are exploiting the existing issues that are already in the society. But these disinformation campaigns are not just about spreading certain types of information. It's much more sophisticated than that. To the level that we have these troll farms with multiple fake accounts that would be like invading like the social media, different spaces, to the extent that we have very high profile influencers in these countries. They are on a payroll of Russian government to spread the propaganda. To the extent that obviously there are fake news, they are being circulated, notably, and one of the most famous one is probably about like French involvement or support towards one of the rebel groups or jihadist groups, which kind of infuriated the whole population. It was obviously completely fake news, completely fabricated news, but these kind of disinformation really shifts the discourse and the narrative in that country, and then completely destroys the image of the West and image of what European Union was trying to achieve in these countries. So it's a whole package of different services, with the only goal for Russia basically to secure political and economical benefits in that country, and also to gain some sort of diplomatic support from African countries as well. Especially now when we're dealing with the Ukraine war, obviously this has been quite an important part of the Russian strategy. On one look, and this is also quite important to mention, the way Russia kind of sold or kind of trying to present the whole package deal is that, listen, we are just service providers. Until now, you've been under a huge influence. You've been exploited by France. You've been like you were not really man of your country. So what we're offering to you is that, okay, you come to us, tell us what you need, and we'll do it. we'll probably need some access to your resources, but like we'll do whatever you need, and you'll be on the front page of your newspaper tomorrow morning that your army, with maybe a little help, destroyed this, did this, and you be in power, you be in charge. And to local people, this message is extremely appealing, because after the years where they kind of felt they were really under pressure of the French, the way of kind of doing the business, in a sense that when I spoke, for instance, to the Malian generals, like one of the colonels, they said, well, every time that there was something going on in the country, the French would always say, well, we defeated, we managed to do so, and obviously they run through the media, while basically the Malian army was kind of being completely overlooked for whatever their involvement was. And now they had the power to spin the narrative the completely other way, meaning that this is the Malian army now doing the business, and now we are in charge, and now we are actually managing to attain certain goals. And now Russia being basically like playing as a role of someone who empowers these nations to make their own decisions. And that's how the narratives is kind of being spin off by Russia. And this is where it gets extremely, extremely dangerous. Because to some extent, obviously, we can claim that you can choose your partners. And I mean, these countries are sovereign, and we cannot enforce anything on them. This should be about like mutual agreements and stuff like that. So if they decide to kick us out, obviously they have all the rights to do so. I mean, we can cry about it, but like eventually, it's their decision. But like we should be very mindful about whether this is really empowering process, because when you look at it closely, at the end, the whole package, this strategically comprehensive security packages Russia is offering, is not really for the goals of these individual countries. It serves the only purpose to maintain the authoritarian leaders, the elite, in the power, while securing all the economic and diplomatic advantages of this basically partnership. The thing is that it's not really a partnership at the moment when you become completely dependent on the provider. Meaning if like one of these leaders would decide, okay, no more with Russia, I mean, they are kind of expose themselves in a big way, because obviously they are now very vulnerable to another coup. They're very vulnerable of not delivering on the promises to securing the country, to securing the regions. And obviously, this is we can no longer talk about like a democratic processes, because now basically these countries are like a new, I would even claim it's a new neo-colonial style of ruling, like when it comes to Russia towards these countries. I think it's quite dominant also in Central African Republic, although like the issues are slightly different comparing to Mali, for instance. But nevertheless, this is something that we should keep in mind when we look at this strategy of Russia in Africa, because at the end, at the bottom of it, it's not just part of the like some economic interests. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned here today is that if you look closely to which countries are Russia picking at the moment, and starting from Libya and going down to Burkina, Niger, etc., you would notice that these countries are on the main migrant routes towards Europe. And among analysts, there's a great deal of fear that eventually Russia might weaponize these migrant routes towards Europe, and it can become something like a hurdle to negotiate with Europe and put more pressure on Europe. So from the security perspective, this whole disinformation campaign seems like one bit of a puzzle with much more challenging goals. And we really need to be aware of that. I will conclude just with maybe a little bit good news at the end. I'm not sure how much time I still have left. 5 minutes. Okay, good. As it was said before, Russia doesn't really have that much to offer. I mean, this was quite largely discussed in the first panel. I completely identify with that. Comparing to our economy, comparing to all the investment, the personnel and everything, I mean, obviously they really has nothing to offer. But obviously they managed to spin it in much better way than Europe. But if you look, for instance, in Mali today, last week, was it even the week before that, with the massive attack in Bamako on one of the military high-profile schools, on what happened at the end of July in the northern region when basically Malian army along with Wagner group were attacked by the Tuareg rebels and jihadist rebel from Jenim. And they actually experienced a massive loss, one of the biggest loss in in the recent years. We can see that it's not working. The current strategy about maintaining, providing all these security measures are only on a level of promises and very good propaganda. And eventually, and it's what was my point when I was starting, that the democracy doesn't really matter, that much from the perspective of the local people who are kind of under constant security threat of being killed by the jihadist groups, etc. Comes to the fact that if you don't deliver on your promise, that might be the reason why you'll be very, very quickly ousted out of your power. So I honestly have a hope that at least in Mali and in the Sahel region, again, I'll take Central African Republic slightly apart, this influence of Russian cannot really continue the way it is as it is at the moment, and we need to be ready for it. In a sense, what has been also kind of discussed at the beginning in the first panel, that for us it might be a time kind of to change the narrative of what European Union is actually standing for, and who are actually the leaders work on building these partnerships with these African nations, because they are in a turmoil. We need to understand that they are kind of in a new process of self-determination. They are kind of searching, they're rebuilding their certain bonds, and it's sometimes a little bit dramatic with some, cutting ties with certain countries and then coming back forward, etc., etc. It's a complex process, I would say, and obviously France will be always a key player for these countries because the ties are so running so deep, and if you look in the economic perspective, or even most of the families have half of the family in France and half of the family in Mali or Niger, so it's impossible to cut it completely off. And I think that these partnerships will eventually reemerge again, but we just need to learn from our previous mistakes and focus on the narrative, focus on the information that we are providing to these countries, focusing on the way how we kind of building the partnership from the scratch. And this is the moment where we can really step up. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for countries such as Czech Republic, which do not have the burden of the previous colonial past, but we are still part of Europe. And I think that the way forward would be really within the European Union without actually putting forward too much of the past leaders and past approaches, basically run by these, former colonies. And I think that we will eventually see a better day for these kind of reasons. So thank you so much for your attention. I'll pass the word again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this this contribution as well. I can see on my screen David already signed up. I will ask whether he can hear us. He still cannot hear us. That's a pity. I can see him, but yeah. Yeah, there is some sound issue still. Okay, so in that case, I will pass the floor to Ronan to give his speech, and hopefully the connection will be settled soon. So Ronan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks very much. Also, thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for the fellow panelists to this event. I think it's a very important and relevant topic at the moment. I'm going to talk a bit about covering both what Ivana and Wojtek have talked about before about Chinese and Russian involvement in Africa. But I'm going to look at it from a different viewpoint, potentially around the role of traditional media in democracy and the importance of a trustworthy media in democracy. But to start, I think, because we haven't actually given a wholesome definition of what disinformation is. Because, I mean, when I started researching this not too long ago, there's a lot of different terms which are thrown around, whether it's disinformation, misinformation, fake news. So first of all, I would say that disinformation is quite different. It is the deliberate act of sharing false or misleading information, whether that's propaganda, whether that's manipulated media, or whether that's just deliberately misrepresenting the truth. That differs from misinformation, which is incidental, I would say. It's still sharing false information, but the intent is not there. So the importance is the intent. And so that's why when we're talking about disinformation, it's usually done by an actor for malicious intentions to try and change the narrative, to try and alter some people's perspective about what is actually the reality on the ground. And I think also it would be a mistake to think that disinformation is new. We've seen this ever since the advent of media. I think we have different distortions of the truth through wars all the time. And I think this is something that we have to be clear on. It's just being used now in a different way. I also like to just touch on fake news, because I think this is a term which I've spoken to lots of experts about, and they do not like this term at all, because as you are probably all aware, it was used by one former US president ad nauseum to undermine the legitimacy of traditional media outlets. And this eroded the trust in traditional media outlets, and was used as a weapon or as a tool to basically manipulate the truth and create a new version of the truth where any dissenting voices were delegitimized. So I would say always be very cautious when you're talking about fake news, because it is a term which is now very problematic to use. And so when we're talking about disinformation, I always want to go back to the intent. Now, in saying that, I want to start with what the traditional media's role and the legacy media's role is in terms of democracy, in terms of democratization. I think it's a crucial pillar of any democracy is to have an informed population. And so if we look even in Europe, in the US, for instance, a fundamental principle is to have people that actually know the different aspects of which they're voting on, or they can make an informed decision based on access to information. And I think we see in Africa, especially, there's a lot of countries which have a predominant role of state-run media. And in this sense, they're able to historically control the narrative very, very accurately, very distinctly, and be able to that way manipulate people's perceptions of the realities there on the ground. And this comes in many different forms, whether that is being critical to dissenting voices, basically ostracizing them, putting them in jail, all sorts of different aspects to that, as well as really shutting out any other narratives from reaching the population. I think if we look at the rural-urban divide exists all across the world, but it's especially pronounced in Africa. If you go to rural communities, say I lived in Zimbabwe, if you go to a rural community in Zimbabwe, their access to information historically has been the radio station, which is controlled by the ZBC, the Zimbabwe Broadcast Corporation, which parrots the natural line of the ZANU-PF ruling party of Zimbabwe. So in this sense, people there are not ever able to make a truly informed decision, and so then this undermines any even characterization of the country as a democracy, in my opinion. So I think if we look now at the role of transnational organizations, I think Ivana touched on it before, but we've got organizations such as BBC, the Voice of America, VOA, DW, and then we've got the French ones in the Francophone countries such as RFI, Le Monde, and others, and France 24. These organizations have invested huge amount of resources in getting local perspectives, having local reporters on the ground which can give verified information, and in doing this be able to develop this trust that this is a reliable ongoing source of information. And what this does is be able to increase the local population's ability to access reliable information, which then gives them more informed consent into what their democracy would look like, for instance. This is usually played out in a few different sources. As Ivana said, a lot of it in Africa has been around print and radio, increasingly TV, and now we see, especially over the last decade, this massive transformation in Africa into the social media space for where people get their information. And what this does is take away a lot of this traffic from these traditional outlets, which I guess we would say are trustworthy. These are places which have rigorous fact checking of their reporting and articles before they come out, to say WhatsApp groups where you're getting information fed to you by family members, by relatives, etc., or friends, and really no ability to oversee this information whatsoever. And this has kind of come about quite quickly. If we look at the development in Africa, the amount of access to information, the mobile phone connectivity rate, for instance, has exploded rapidly over the last decade, and the media space hasn't been able to keep up with that. So then, how does disinformation fit into all of this? First of all, I'll go into the Chinese role. I think Ivana did a very good job of covering a lot of the underlying Chinese intentions and operations there, but I'll just touch on it as well again. But for instance, if we look, they have acted very differently to Russia, I would argue. They have looked to integrate into the traditional media landscape, whether that's through Xinhua, which has 37 bureaus bureaus in 37 countries across Africa. So they're a very big player in the African media spaces now, as well as through the Chinese Central Television Network, CCTV, as well as through China Daily news stations and radio, and then also with taking over or integrating into local media outlets as well. And the way that this can be done very effectively is because if we look at it, the average salary in African countries is not very high. It's very, I would say, relatively easy for a country with Chinese financial wealth to pay journalists to write favorable articles about China, and it's sort of done in kind of a way that is unscrupulous, but also very much slightly integrated. So there'll be a lot of factual stories in the reporting, but as Ivana said, if you look towards any coverage of Taiwan, there will be only one direction ever showed. There'll be nothing talked about what might be happening to the Uyghur population, for instance, as well as I think was mentioned in the first panel. One of the questions is painting the Chinese construction, etc., in a very good light for the African continent. I'm sure people have heard many things about the debt trap diplomacy. I don't buy into that narrative personally, but I do believe that a lot of these countries have debt distress to China for projects which were probably over-promised and under-delivered. And in exchange, if we look at the benefits that China has managed to reap from a lot of these exchanges, whether that's building construction projects in exchange for access to local resources. For instance, a great example is the DRC, where the president there, Felix Tshisekedi, before the last election, came out and said, we've looked at the figures and we've received only about $800 million investment in roads and infrastructure, a lot of which coincidentally goes to the mining sites. But in exchange, China has managed to extract over $10 billion worth of wealth over the last 5 years. So there's this massive discrepancy between what we're getting out of this deal compared to what the Chinese are doing. Coincidentally, he dropped all of that argument right before the election. I won't speculate as to why, but that is all to say, if we look at the Chinese media, then they're able to propagate this message that China is building Africa, and they're doing it through doing these flagship projects, and it's all very great and flashy. But I mean, I've got personal experience. I drove to Mozambique. You cross over the border from Zimbabwe into Mozambique, and there's a brand new highway there going from the Zimbabwe border post all the way to the coast of Beira. And I mean, I was a civil engineer before getting into geopolitics, so I built roads for a living. And 2 years after this road was built, it was failing everywhere. And I was like, this is the worst construction job I've ever seen in my life. And Mozambique is now massively in debt to China because of this construction project. So it's all about controlling the narrative then. So that's why the Chinese have opted to go into this traditional media space, where that way they can push this this idea that China is building Africa, that China is a savior for Africa. And I mean, I would argue it's been extremely effective. If we look at approval rates of China in some of the African countries which have huge debts to China, such as Kenya, Chinese have an 82% approval rate, where people believe China has a positive view and impact on the world. And Nigeria, another country with huge debt to China, has an 83% approval rate of China. So this seems out of step with what we see in terms of the debt distress of the country to what the perception of China is from the inside. And I believe that is mostly due to this controlling of that media space. Now to go to the other major actor, which has been talked about a lot today, and Wojtek talked in depth about, is Russia and the way that Russia tends to act. And I would say, if we look specifically in the information sphere, Russia tend to act very differently to China. They do have some traditional media outlets. If we look at RT and Sputnik, they've now got an ever-growing presence in Africa. However, they don't have very much penetration into the local markets, for instance, whereas they've been much more successful in using the social media and the emergence of this as like the dominant force of information access for a lot of developing parts of Africa. This tactic can be done, I mean, as we talked about before with the French, there is legitimate grievances there against the way that France acted in the past as a post-colonial power. And then this has been preyed upon and then amplified to an extreme that then controls and dominates the narrative to a point where we see France is now a toxic brand in huge sections of the African continent. And I think, rightly or wrongly, they have made mistakes, but I think that is unjustified because if you look at the actual results now compared to when the French were there, it's a very much deteriorated situation. And one of the reasons why this has been so effective, I think, is because if we look at Russia modus operandi, you can create thousands of fake media posts, as you said, with troll farms, but this is only going to be accelerated with the advent of AI. And each story can be more ridiculous than the last. But if you throw enough at the wall, then you're going to actually get some breakthrough. You're going to saturate the market with your narrative so much to the extent that the real message can't actually get through anymore. And this basically then is able to become the new truth. And I think another key aspect of this is, as I said, if we look at social media, especially if people are receiving a video that's been manipulated to show Russia in a good light, whether that's by paying local influencers to just represent Russia in a good way, then this is spread through WhatsApp very quickly through all these different groups. People are more likely to trust this video that they get sent by their son, by their cousin, by their co-worker, than they are necessarily to go to a website and trust what they see there is the ultimate truth. And so a lot of what we have tried in the EU over the last few years is like trying to fact check, trying to do these different remediation efforts, which I would argue is trying to put the horse in the cage after it's already bolted. You're chasing your tail all the time there, because the sheer amount of misinformation and disinformation that then propagates, and the lack of, or the amount of time between that going out and then you being able to counter it, the people have already made up their mind about what the situation is. And secondly, people aren't going back to look at the correction, the fact check of this information that they've seen before. They've already made their mind up and they've moved on to the next story that's going out. So I think this has been extremely effective. I think we've been very slow to respond to this. I think if we look at the origins, it was basically Wagner Group that started this just in Central African Republic, probably 2017, 2016, and realized with very minimal effort, you're able to very much effectively promote your message. And within a few years, we saw the French kicked out of Central African Republic, replaced by Wagner troops. And now look at the gold mines and the diamond mines. They are all controlled by Wagner forces. And there's a great report called the Gold Report, I think, put together about how much Russia is making from this, like billions of dollars annually from these mines. And this has evolved now. It's been taken over into a sort of Russian Ministry of Defense level project where this information is being hyper amplified and pushed out on a massive scale. So just to finish up, I would say, like, what can be done? I would say fact checking, as I said, is generally quite ineffective way of spending your resources. First of all, we need to go increase the media literacy. I mean, even here in Europe, we have like a lack of somewhat critical analysis ability throughout the general population of looking at media sources and understanding the context of which it's written and where the intent to manipulate might be coming from. So, I mean, this is a huge project which would take a long, long time. But then within that, you have to go back to the roots and become the trusted source of information, where we go back to saying the BBC is where I go to check if I see a story and I can confirm if it's true or not. So that's part of it, is to restore this trust in the traditional media landscape. And then secondly, I think what Russia has also proven to be very effective is to partner with local influencers. And this can be done in a way where you're just telling the truth at the end of the day, but you expose the situation on the ground. As Wojtek said, if we look at where Russia's acting, the Wagner forces, now the Africa Corps, are only interested in protecting the capital and protecting the ruling elite in exchange for access to resources. If we look at the statistics in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, all three of them have had massively increased amount of terror attacks as soon as they got rid of European forces and replaced them with Russian. So you need to be able to demonstrate this to people, that even though you're getting this one-sided narrative that things are great, if you go outside the capital into rural areas, they're now getting attacked from both sides, be that from Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, AQIM, JNIM, it doesn't matter, or from Wagner/government forces from the other side for perceived support of the terrorist organizations. So the situation for everybody else has gotten significantly worse. And this is a key point that has to be pointed out, and use your voice to amplify that message through using local actors to get the penetration into the local market. I think that's all for me.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ronan, for your contribution. I have bad news and good news. Bad news is that we didn't solve the issue with David, so we won't have the final contribution at this point. Hopefully we will solve it before the afternoon. But the good news is that we have more times for your questions. And looking at the audience at the last panel, there was quite a lot of you. So hopefully we will be able to accommodate more of your inquiries. Before I give the microphone to the audience, please make sure that you are asking a question. Second of all, for those online, if you want to ask a question, please do not raise your hands virtually, but write your questions into the chat and they will be then transferred to us. So whoever has a questions, please raise your hands. We can take 2 or 3 at a time and then we will go through another round.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting panel presentations. My name is Eva Sojkova, and I'm an Africanist. And I did some research in Zambia some years ago, and this question is mainly targeted to Ivana. I wanted to ask, like, what was if there was any follow-up from your respondents regarding, for instance, some interference into their activities in their home country by the Chinese embassy, because from other maybe countries, not from those where you did the research, this was quite an issue. This is quite an issue in Africa. And have you come across some censorship, whether it is directed from the Chinese institution, whether the embassy or whether the educational institution in China where they were training these journalists? Because as I had this experience myself from Zambia, I was informed, for instance, that some of my respondents were prevented from publishing their reports who were not so positive about their traineeship in China. So I was wondering whether you've come across this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, really interesting. And my question is there in Africa a collaboration between Russia and China to push back the European or Western countries? And if yes, is not the best strategy for European countries to divide them and fight them divided instead of oppose them contemporary? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for the presentations. My name is Julian. I'm a PhD student here at Charles University. And my questions are for Ivana, as I'm trying to research China's information influence in different parts of the world. And so there are methodological questions. So the first is like, how are you measuring the similarity of the content between the African media and the Chinese sort of media sources? So are you doing this sort of manually, or are you using sort of computational methods? So like you scrape articles and then you use some computational method to measure the similarity. And then the second question is like, how are you sort of researching the media acquisitions? Are you using sort of like Chinese sort of databases about like the media agencies and what are they acquiring in different parts of the world? And so I'm curious how you're getting that data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will answer these three questions and then go for another round.
From online. The two questions from online that I'm going to say. Like,
all right, so we will answer these three and then we will go for the next round. So probably Ivana, if you want to start.
I will start, but I promise I will try to be brief because there are more speakers on this panel. So as for Eva's question, we had spoken with some of those journalists who had a very similar story as you described, that they wanted to write something which was not overly negative about China. It was just, I think, honest and objective, and in a sense to give a space for both what is seen as positive and as what is seen as negative. And they had very similar approach, but they were actually approached by editors. They were not approached by the Chinese embassy. But in a more general sense, the cases are numerous, and it also happened to journalists here in the Czech Republic that if they published something, they immediately had a call from the Chinese embassy, and that's true for all the countries we basically looked at. And at one point, either the journalist decided to auto-censor because he or she doesn't need it all the time, or he or she was basically asked by the editor or editor-in-chief not to do that because there may be effects on revenues coming from advertisement. So it's not something we mapped on a massive scale and we would have quantitative data on, but we are aware of the fact that this is happening. And it's, by the way, happening also to researchers and to university lecturers, that if you happen to be outspoken in some of the lectures, you may get an invitation to drink tea at the Chinese embassy, where you are extensively lectured on what you did wrong and how you should correct your lectures. Personal story. So so that's Eva's question. As for the collaboration on Russia and China to push back on the West, well, this is definitely happening, but it's happening all over the places we are familiar with, at least I am, which is Sub-Saharan Africa a little bit and Central and Eastern Europe a lot. So we at the very beginning thought that this is going to be marriage of convenience between Russia and China, but when we started to dig deeper, we actually seen borrowing of content and borrowing of voices between Russians and Chinese media outlets long preceding the invasion of Ukraine. So we do have data from 2015, 2016 in Central and Eastern Europe already, China Radio International citing Sputnik or RT, and RT or Sputnik actually giving voices to, giving space to China Radio International. So there is definitely a collaboration. Dividing them, I don't think this is going to happen, but that's more perhaps for Ronan and Wojciech. And as for Julian's question, we can definitely chat more a little bit about that on the side of the conference. We didn't do a quantitative study in a sense that we would measure the Chinese narratives in Chinese media, and then we will try to find exactly the same in local media and saying that there is a direct correlation. What we focused on was whether the journalists who are subjected to all those free agreements and lots of content, also audiovisual content, which is coming free from CGTN to whoever wants it, how that actually is used then in local media. So that was a little bit different approach. As for the media acquisitions, we looked at cases which are well described in the media and where we also found business registration data. Of course, if we would like to map all the media, I think we would hit a wall of, not being able to find much of the data on all of this.
Thank you. I will probably just quickly jump to the second question regarding the Russian and Chinese cooperation. Well, in my opinion, as much as I agree with the fact that there have been some sharing of content through different media, etc., I would actually argue that China and Russia have very, very different approaches and very, very different interests in all Africa. And it's actually, you would have to probably look much closer from country to country, because you would get very different examples on different sides of the continent, how Russia and China is actually, handling the issues together. In some cases, it could be actually quite challenging, in a sense that I remember, for instance, in Central African Republic, very shortly after the civil war, which was raging between 2013 and 2014, and quite shortly after the French intervention, I was sitting on a plane which was full of military personnel, UN workers, missionaries, and lots of Chinese businessmen, and that was it, no one else. Chinese were basically the first in the door, and they were the first to trying to actually develop something in the country and just to, poach whatever they could. And they actually built a road, quite to the Cameroonian border, which looked fantastic at first sight, and 2 years later was in all pieces. So, this actually happened to in Central African Republic as well. What's interesting is that they had actually some control over certain mines and certain resources in Central African Republic. But when Wagner came, there were like massive incidents reported where actually the Chinese personnel was murdered in Central African Republic. Very likely by Wagner. It has never been confirmed because President Tudera didn't really went through all the way through with the investigation, but it was very obvious it was very likely the Wagner group who actually murdered like all the Chinese personnel within that particular mine, and later on they gained control over that mine, and nobody was bothered by the Central African government, because now they were hands in hands with the Russians. So again, I would really argue it's a case from case. From my experience in Mali and everything, I see more that China's kind of adapting not to step on toes on Russian interest, and they kind of finding the way how everyone can keep its own pie, piece of a pie, while not really digging too much in Russians and vice versa. So that would be kind of my argument. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Vojta, you said most of what I was going to say there, but I would just like to reiterate, for Russia and for China, their strategic ambitions are quite different in Africa, and their way they operate is extremely different and kind of in conflict with each other. Russia likes to operate in an environment of chaos where we see these military elites ruling, and they're able to provide limited resources in exchange for, I guess you could say, dirty money in terms of mining and gold and things like this. Whereas Chinese, I would say, is quite different. They're much more long-term strategic approach. They want some sort of stability in the country where they might have some influence with the politicians, but there's not this turmoil across the whole country, because you're building big infrastructure projects. It takes years to develop potentially. And then you're looking at long-term mining operations. If you look at a lot of the development from BRI, it's trying to get trade into China from mining sites in Africa, and you don't want to have necessarily just the capital secure and militants running across the whole country in the same way that the Russians usually operate. So I would agree that mostly their interests are in conflict, and that they might use similar operations, similar tactics, and similar people. Their goals are quite different, and as such are generally in conflict with one another. And in saying that, the way that we should approach it from European perspective is different, where we're talking about doing things to counter the Chinese influence versus Russian influence. I think we have to have different approaches for each.
Yeah, I must say I was very happy about what Wojciech said, because I'm actually working on a publication that does exactly this. So, and one more example to give, Sudan. If you look at Sudan, China was getting a lot of contracts there regarding building oil infrastructure, rail infrastructure. They invested in, and now it got completely destroyed by the civil war that is fueled by Russia, that is supporting both of the sides at the same time. So we can see a lot of theaters where these things play out differently. So we cannot see Africa as a single country. So if we have some more questions.
Yes, we have two questions online. Both of them are directed to Ivana, but I actually, after reading the questions, I think the three panelists can give their opinion. The first one is from Taleya Schultz. How has the rise of social media platforms impacted the spread of disinformation or altered information in African countries? Are there specific platforms where disinformation thrives the most? And then the second question comes from, and I'm sorry because I'm going to maybe butcher this name, Aswimpeleli Langalanga. To what extent are African journalists able to formulate their own views? Does it have to be either a Western narrative or Chinese narrative? And where is the African narrative?
Okay, so we will answer the online questions and then we will have a final round of questions here in person.
I hope you would not see that I'm dodging the first question, but I think I will leave it to my colleagues because they probably did more on disinformation from the Russian side. Why China is, I would still argue, quite new to disinformation. It started to, it wanted to spread the so-called positive energy, saying that China is great, there's a lot of technology, China is growing, it's all peaceful, everybody is dancing in Xinjiang, it's all great. But then Hong Kong happened, and even later on, COVID-19 happened, and then Ukraine happened. And these were the three cases where China started to deploy disinformation for the very first time. So in case of because of Ukraine, it came directly after the attack in 2022. China directly started to repeat Russian narratives, basically saying to us in Central and Eastern Europe that it's our fault, that we are responsible for war in Ukraine because we entered NATO. Then it also spreaded narratives that in Ukraine there were biolabs where COVID-19 was manufactured by the US, of course, and so on. So lots of that is relatively new, stemming basically from the past 5 years. And we do see that also happening in Africa, but I think Russia is much more skillful and long-term player in this arena, but China is actually catching up. It's learning from Russia, from Iran, and from others as well. As for the African journalists, that's an absolutely fascinating question and good question. I think that what my presentation probably did was giving this impression that African journalists are somehow blindly copying the Chinese narratives. I would like to say that we did a very, very small segment of mapping, not of all African journalists on all issues, very small segment, just a couple of media outlets and just those journalists who are covering China. So I wouldn't go into generalizations saying that African journalists are not formulating their views at all. That's not what I said, and that's not what I feel. Does it have to be European, Western, Chinese, Russian narratives? I would love this narrative to be African narrative. Basically, and that's what one of the recommendations I didn't have time to spill out actually, but I have it in my presentation, is that what Europe could do is to invest into local content production, basically invest into the journalists who are struggling basically to keep their jobs because of this low payment ethics in general in African media. So that's something I think Europeans could actually do, to invest into local quality journalism and also promote local content creation. If there is more content produced on the ground, on Africa, from Africans, doesn't matter whether it's negative or positive about Europe, but it's actually genuinely African content, I think that would close some of the doors which Russia is using, China is using, and China is giving a lot of free content to anybody who wants it, of course with a special angle to that would not be needed, because there would be a lot of genuinely domestic production.
Yeah, thank you. I will actually build on that because I quite recently I have a quite extensive experience with working with African journalists, and it's actually quite an interesting story because there are already some structures in place to how to empower the African journalism and to build build the capacities and provide these opportunities for Africans to have their local quality journalism. For instance, there's a foundation called Hirondelle. It's a French initiative which covers basically all the francophonic countries, including Central African Republic, Mali, etc., where they build the local the local radio or local journal that usually produces very like a high quality and independent content, despite being financed by French. But the issue here is that basically the moment that people speak up in Mali, and you publish something which might be a little bit criticizing the government, that's where the authoritarian regime steps in. And I have interviewed several journalists who basically were scared of their life at the time because they published something they shouldn't, and basically they were shut down immediately. And that's a huge danger when it comes to that. I mean, it's logical, it's happening all around the world. I mean, this is not new in Africa, obviously, but like when these capacities are actually so limited and so few, and you have the government basically storms on you every time you try to speak up. This is becoming increasingly challenging to develop these tools while being retaining the local presence, because you can do it from the outside, but then you're losing the local ground. The moment you're inside, then you're persecuted by the government, which is cooperating with Russia. So that's just my remark on that, because this is a challenge that we're facing, with that ongoing disinformation campaigns and all the control of the media content. Secondly, regarding the social platforms, I honestly believe that there is an interesting development on that level, because obviously, as it was already mentioned, what is happening a lot now, and basically Russia is really profiting from that, is basically there's incredible amounts of these little WhatsApp groups, and these little WhatsApp groups they usually contain like hundreds and thousands of people. I was giving a lecture. I was visiting Bamako a few years back, and I was part of this little group within the university that basically created this little group for like like lecturers and like people who will be like coming around for different events and everything. And then I realized that in that WhatsApp group there's like a few hundreds of people, and then like on daily basis there's like so much information going on. Like the traffic is incredible. Like, and I don't know how people cope with that, but like my phone was buzzing. I had to turn down the notifications, especially stop downloading all the pictures and videos in my phone, because then I would have no memory. But the thing is that these platforms are super fast, and I mean, once you share something and it goes through these streams, it's out there and everyone knows, and it's super fast. And the problem here is that with the traditional medias and all these like capacity building mechanisms, as the radios we were talking about, or these funded projects for the local journalists, is that very often they are published or they are communicating in like one of the formal languages, which is like French or English, while all the information, if you want to spread it very quickly across the country, you need to publish it in one of the many local languages. And that has always been a huge issue, how to really reach out to these people who don't speak the French because they are illiterate, because they didn't go to school or whatever, and they're actually the vast majority of them. And that's where all these influencers and all these little groups, and where or someone who's really well known for posting something very often, something like that, would really get much more of the reach, and can pass on this information much more efficiently than let's say traditional media would only maybe post something serious, but it will be in French, for instance. So that's another issue I just wanted to tackle on. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time. I'm passing my word to someone else.
Yeah, I won't speak too long. I'll just touch the first question about social media. I think you already mentioned, obviously, WhatsApp is a huge player in the social media space for access to information, as well as Facebook. And I think what it's done is supercharged the ability for this disinformation to spread. That can't be overstated enough. I think how much penetration it's got compared to traditional media outlets. And I think just a good example of Facebook, for instance, is the Ethiopian situation during the Tigrayan war. We spoke to on our podcast recently, which will be talking about disinformation, a journalist from VOA, and she explained like the situation basically that for Facebook, there is no money in doing any sort of moderation of hate speech, of fact checking, of anything like that within the African context, especially when you're looking at Ethiopia having hundreds of languages, but at least 12 major languages across the country. And you're getting this huge volume of hate speech put onto the platform, or disinformation by the same token, and zero motivation from these big tech companies to actually tackle it because it's not profitable. We see all those resources get put into the US and the European markets because that's where let's face it, that's where the money in advertising on these platforms comes from. There's no money in advertising to the African market. So I think that the problem becomes very multifaceted when you say, okay, we need the buy-in from tech companies to be able to combat this disinformation, but they've got zero motivation to do so when it's not going to make them money. I mean, at the end of the day, they're private businesses, and so there needs to be some sort of impetus for them to want to.
Okay, we have started 5 minutes later, so I believe we have still time for 2 more questions from the audience. So
I have one actually. Now that I'm here.
So we have 2 people with raised hands plus Juanfrey, so 3 questions.
So my question is pretty straightforward. We were talking before about AI and like the potential threat that this brings. You were mentioning the necessity of approaching the public in their own language. Do you see AI being an actual tool that we can use, or do you see it as a more of a problem, even if we can manage to get into these languages? Because as Ronan was saying, there is no money put from the technology companies, but if AI is made available for institutions, for example, the language creation and so on, they can replicate those messages in the local languages. Hans.
Hi, I'm Shrish, and I wanted to focus on security threats aspect of this panel and its discussion. And what I wanted to zone in on was Niger. We know Niger is quite famous for its uranium deposits, and quite recently, the military junta had a deal with Iran where they sold approximately 50 million. They got around 50 million euros, around $56 million, and they sold around 300 tons of yellow cake, which is refined uranium, to Iran. So this poses something of a very direct threat. We have a situation where a military junta, an illegal form of government, is being protected by the Russians, and they're selling uranium to another anti-Western state actor. So on what level does it invite an intervention of sorts? Because you're going to see a similar pattern with other resources in other countries. So at what point does this become a direct security threat and invite some sort of a direct response from NATO or of any sort of whatever? So that's I think, yeah, that's just my question.
Hi, so I have a question about facts and another question about strategy. My name is Juno. I speak a little bit of Mandarin, and one thing I have noticed in the Chinese information space is that, well, let's just say there's a very large group of people who is absolutely not into the idea of China running Africa, and that's Chinese taxpayers. Like, there's a general perception in the Chinese information space, internet space, that, you know, the CCP is spending a lot of money on Africa and not to address domestic issues. So the question about facts: is China making any net financial gains, and like in the Africa campaign, and will it ever? And the strategy question is, let's just say, well, I'm fully aware that China is an incredibly closed information space, but is there any way, you know, we could potentially exploit this tension of, you know, like, okay, thank you.
So thank you for these questions. So I will ask our panelists to address any of them that they find.
Sorry,
and,
hi.
Okay,
sorry, just to come back, Will Brown from the European Council on Foreign Relations, just to address your points there about Iran and these potential negotiations. I'd be a bit careful about the source of some of the sourcing on that, because I think there's one outlet which has reported it, which is Africa Intelligence, and then it's been reported by a host of other Israeli and Iranian outlets. So just the facts aren't as clear as we would like them to be.
Yeah, thank you for this intervention. So I would like us, the panelists, to answer the questions they feel like it, and then we will move to lunch.
I can start. Yeah, I think for the first question around AI, I think we have a tendency to think of AI only in the negative, but there is immense opportunities. As you said, that's just one aspect where I think AI will have huge benefits being able to produce local language media that can then get spread in terms of being able to translate, in terms of being able to produce. I think that's one of many potential avenues which can be used by AI, and it's going to become increasing space for not only for the negative but for the positive. I don't know exactly how it's going to play out in the future, but I definitely think that will be the case. As for security threats, I think I'm also skeptical whether that transaction took place. It remains unconfirmed, but there is like direct security threats which do go kind of unaddressed. If we look at Libya, for instance, right above, and let's look at the situation there. Russia has close ties to both General Haftar and to the GNU in Tripoli. And just about 3 or 4 months ago, there was reports that there was significant weapons, including medium-range missiles, delivered into Libya, which would have the range to strike into Europe and supporting General Haftar's forces there. So I would argue that also poses a significant direct security threat, but we haven't seen any major response, I think partially because I don't know why Libya would start that, but it does pose the question whether you would have any intervention. I think at the moment it is almost way too unpopular to imagine a scenario where they could mobilize public support for an intervention in Africa, given what's taken place over the last decade. So I think the barrier to entry is very high. So in saying, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's very unlikely we would see something like that. And as for the final questions, I'm not a China expert, so I won't talk about if it can be exploited necessarily. But in terms of the facts whether China is making money, I would say they definitely are. As I said, one example is the DRC, where the profits are much more outweighed. But if we look at the industry specifically, where China is mining these minerals for, it's for the technologies which they have a humongous global lead in terms of battery technology, all sorts of renewable things, which if we look at the battery market today, I believe 88% of batteries are manufactured in China, and these materials are coming a lot from Africa. Obviously, China has a lot of rare earths within its own country, but they've secured these supply chains, which provides a strategic vulnerability for Europe, for US over the coming decades if you're relying and you don't have secure access to these minerals. So I think China's played a smart game there, not only about profits right now, but in terms of long-term strategic thinking, it's very beneficial for them. And that's my argument around why they were not necessarily nefarious for Belt and Road. I don't think that was particularly profitable for them. They didn't want to get a bunch of countries into debt that are now not paying off their loans. I think that's why we saw a massive drop-off following 2016 in external loans from China to Africa, which basically through COVID almost went to zero. They're slowly building up again now, but in terms of the scale, it's much smaller. And I think because they were not profitable, they were not making money, they were losing a lot of money on defaulting loans.
Yeah, very quickly, as we are running out of time. As for the AI tool, I'm probably one of the on the skeptical side of the things. Of course, AI tools could be very, very useful into translating this and that, but my key question is what should be translated, what kind of message we are actually sending. And if I can have a vote on whether we should universally come up with any sort of message and just translate it into small local languages and distribute it, or supporting a living journalist who is actually speaking that language and who can speak to local needs and local communities, I would definitely vote 100% on for the local journalist rather than using AI and implanting some kind of artificial narratives into the community. As for the BRI or the spending, I think that was very well described from the economic perspective here on the panel, but I'm a political scientist, so I always translate it into influence. And even if China is not making that much of the profit, which I have a huge question mark over, it's making a huge profit in terms of political influence. And when you look at different voting patterns and how this is changing in General Assembly of the United Nations, you would see that this Itai Ilu, the Belt and Road Initiative, basically translated into more influence within some of the international organizations. So whether we like it or not, we have to step up the game. And it doesn't necessarily have to be against China or with China in mind, but we have to basically return back to neglected regions and start to think also about where our priorities are, and that we have to basically rectify that. As for the potential to use those cleavages, I think that these are not constant. At least I don't see them on the Chinese information space. They seems to like emerge and come down, right? At any time. So every time there is some kind of dissatisfaction, local dissatisfaction, there's a search of like a ventil, going against some of the officially proposed narratives and back narratives by CCP. We can talk about that as well, that we have to step up the game as well here, that there is very limited messaging by the European Union towards Chinese living in mainland.
I promise I'll be super short this time. I'll skip the question number 1 and 3 because I think it was being quite very well answered by my colleagues. I have really nothing to add to that. I will just quickly circle back to the Iranian question. I would like to just insist on the fact that after the coup and all the sanctions, then sanctions they kind of came through ECOWAS and other nations. Yeah, we need to understand that Niger has very limited allies at the moment. There's very only few countries we can actually see them trading, especially when it comes to some key elements. And we know for a fact that there were some high-profile meetings, between Nigerian representatives and Iranians as well. We know that quite likely Iranians purchased some of the Shaheeds, the drones from Iran. I'm not quite certain about the quantities or like the probability if it really happened, but we fairly certain that it happened. So we know there's some kind of interactions, obviously, but I would really insist I really agree with what Ronan actually said before, because I'm not really concerned about Iran at this moment, when it comes to what's happening in Africa. What really worries me are all these activities that Russia's actually doing. And I already mentioned that before, and now Ronan kind of added another layer with the missiles that we were discussing as well. What's also in the talking that in Libya with General Haftar is probability, or there might be a chance that Russia will seek to build a new harbor that would be, let's say, suitable for Russian submarines, carrying nuclear missiles, and kind of creating new Cuba missile situation, in modern terms. Just put it on the southern flank of NATO countries. And I mean, these are the layers that we need to kind of think of when it comes to the security measures, and when we're observing what Russia's actually trying to achieve, because it's not just to create a mess in Sahel. There are really means, there are some real objectives behind it, and obviously it's nothing really favorable for us. So again, I really agree what you said, because this is the level of risk that I'm much more alert of that than anything related to the Iran question of the Iranian export and everything. So thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Just to add to the final question, also what is important regarding the Chinese economy in Africa is that the Chinese domestic market is incapable quite clearly of taking care of the overproduction. Africa is a great market for the cheap products, and you can see a lot of the markets being flooded. So another reason, economic reasoning behind is the maintenance of the economic growth simply. So there is a lot of topics we can touch upon. The ports, important, mentioning Togo as well, and other places, Gabon, other questions. However, it's time for lunch. So first of all, I would like to give a round of applause to our panelists. And we'll be meeting here at 2:30. So enjoy your lunch and see you in the afternoon.
Hello, Travis. Can you hear us?
I certainly can. Good afternoon. Am I okay?
Perfect. Abra, can you hear us?
Sure. Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm hearing.
Ludovic, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Then I think we can start. Okay. Well, I hope you all had lunch and a good coffee. Now we're going to go with the third and last panel discussion. Moderator is going to be Pavel Winkler. He's in the sorry. I had it in mind. He's the head of countering hybrid interference unit in the Czech Republic, and I just give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. And I'm really glad I can see so many of you here, even though we have a Friday afternoon. So it seems you are real enthusiasts about the topic. So I'm really looking forward for discussing these issues with you after our presentations. So once again, my name is Pavel Winkler, and I'm a head of countering hybrid threats unit within the strategic section of Czech Minister of Defense. I'm really glad I can welcome as a part of our panel our dear guests and speakers, Mr. Ludovic Terren, who is a researcher at the University of Antwerp in Belgium, Mr. Travis Morris, who is professor at the Norwich University in the United States, Veldebra Nigus Gebreselassie, who is assistant professor at Mekelle University in Ethiopia, and my dear guest here, sitting on my right, Mr. Will Brown, who is senior policy fellow in Africa program of the European Council of Foreign Relations. Welcome, all of you, and I believe without further ado, I would like to give a floor to Mr. Travis Morris, Professor Travis Morris, who will set the narrative for this panel. And he will talk about information warfare from a strategic level in Africa. So please, Travis, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm sharing my screen right now. If you could put my presentation on the screen, that would be appreciated. Okay, so while we're getting that set up, I just wanted to thank the organizers for setting up this important event, and it's incredibly significant as well as timely. So thank you very much for setting this up, and I'm honored to be with you today. Would also just want to thank in advance my colleagues who will be joining me here on the panel, and look forward to a lively discussion. So just let me know when we're ready to go with the slide deck. And while we're getting that set up, I'll give you just a little bit of background. So Norwich University, it's the oldest private military college in the United States. We've been around for 200 or so years, and one of our leading programs is cyber as well as information warfare. And what we're doing in that particular space is curriculum. We're conducting traditional research, but also research as it relates to applications and various internships.
Sorry, Travis, if you could just give us 1 second, because we're not seeing the presentation. Just 1 second, and I will let you know.
Okay, so as a backup, Pavel has it, and I'll wait till you get it on the screen.
Okay, 1 second.
I'm really sorry, Travis. Just give it 1 second. We have your presentation, so we will upload it. Yes, sure. It's now. Okay, it's now on, I think. It's very weird. Actually, we can see it on the screen in front of us, but not on the big screen behind, which is very weird, actually.
And I must say, I apologize for not being able to be with you. Perhaps next time. It'd be great.
No, this is technical issues from us here, so don't you worry. I don't understand why that. Try harder.
Sorry, could it be that Travis is unable to share because you are already sharing something on?
No,
on the main screen?
we can see it on Teams. So for the people online, we can see it. Unfortunately, for some reason, we cannot see it in our camera.
Okay.
In our projector. So just sorry, give us 2 minutes.
That's fine.
All right, Travis, I'm sorry for this technical difficulties, and we think we have it. So please, you can continue. Thank you.
So I just saw that there was a round of applause, so we'll take that at the very beginning. So that's great. So again, just thank you so much for organizing this event, and for those of you in person, thank you so much, especially on a Friday, to sitting through to the end. What I plan on doing over the next 15 minutes is just to frame the conversation at a strategic level. I want to look at both Russian and Chinese information operations as it relates to the African continent, and this is just meant to be a high level presentation and discussion. So currently, as everyone knows, in the informational operations space, or the informational environment, it's a semantic soup. And what I mean by that is that different governments, to include our own, are trying to figure out what exactly to call this, whether this be information warfare, whether this be information dominance or information operations, or whether this be fake news or disinformation. We're currently in a period in time in which we're really trying to identify what to call this particular domain as it relates to new generational warfare and hybrid warfare. Just the term that I'll be using over the course of this presentation is I just default to information warfare. And what you see on the screen, these are some tenets that are taken from NATO's definition, and just wanted to put this online because it sets the frame for the rest of my presentation. So I just want to highlight a couple of points here. In information warfare, the key principle is to gain informational advantage and to use information from one's opponent, and then also to try and figure out how to leverage the information to reach an intended outcome. So when we pivot to the African continent, and this is the same across any informational domain, there's a formula that's at the top. So the combination of disinformation and information, plus volume of that, plus the velocity, plus the context, in other words, a group, an entity, or an individual really understanding the cultural dimensions of a particular area equals instability. Instability can be defined as broadly from economic to political to conflict to internal or external conflict. And so when we pivot and we look at the African continent, when we're looking at malign information, we can see that some of the intended consequences or the outcomes of this particular equation has equaled an increased level of violence, that it's promoted and validated military coups, that it's silenced or quieted civil society members, that it's served as smokescreen for exploitation and long range in certain countries, that it's diminished African rights, freedoms, and security. So in terms of scope, drawing this from the various literature, from various different think tanks and government organizations, and again, the true full picture, this is the best that we can paint at the moment, but 39 African countries have been targeted. Many of them are often retargeted. Those that are experiencing some sort of internal conflict, they can expect a higher level of malign influence. Multiple different dimensions of tactics, which I'll address later on. If we want to look at those that are foreign state sponsored, it's about 60%. And you can see Russia and China in the lead for those. When we want to pivot, we're going to look at Russian informational environment first, and then we'll pivot to China, and we'll conclude with some remarks moving forward. So divided into 3 different categories. When we're looking at the informational environment from a Russian perspective, it's strategic, it is targeted, and it's contextual. So as far as the literature and research indicates, Russia is the primary proponent of disinformation in Africa right now. Over 22 countries have been targeted, and 40% of all disinformation campaigns. Again, this is the best that, from a research perspective, those from governmental entities will have, of course, more detailed information, but 40% disinformation campaigns come from Russia. Targeted 80 different campaigns, targeting million different data points used to leverage vulnerable social stratification variables, poverty, corruption, governmental disparities, etc. Specifically, when we look at context, I mentioned earlier that countries that are experiencing civil disorder, at least 19 of these have been targeted by African countries. And the result of that, if we're looking at a single case study in a single domain, is that efforts to contribute to democratic principles have backslid. So if we want to look at the Russian information operation growth strategy, we can look at frames. And by frame, we're looking, and I'll define a frame as it's a specific bit of information that's used to categorize either a problem set or a solution. And there's many different ones, but I've distilled this really into 3. So Russia in the informational environment wants to use their military to secure assistance and as a tool to leverage power done through weapons training and political consulting. So when we look at frames as it applies to diplomacy, the use of memory diplomacy, in other words, using the fact that many nations have been colonized by European powers, using that to leverage anti-colonial sentiment in various frames. And then economic, for using narratives and information to want what's on the screen, but also to continue to increase arms sales to that part of the world. So if we're looking at the informational space and how Russia wants to use this domain for their political and economic and military and diplomatic advantage, we can see that they want to project power. And this is done through multiple different ways, and I'll highlight a couple later on. They want to undermine Western or any outside influence. They want to gain allies. They want to continue exchanging arms, and they want to control the narrative. And whatever the narrative is, doesn't matter if it's fake news or use of misinformation or disinformation or malinformation, they're wanting to make sure that the narrative that is at a macro level across the continent or at an individual level meets their intended outcomes and provides advantages for them. What you see on the screen, this is an output from a piece of software called Cirrus. Cirrus is a platform that's used for the intelligence community. It's combined machine learning, artificial intelligence, combined with human analysts. And this is a program called Fury, and it's a rather unique program because you can quantify influence. And so this is just a quick screenshot here, but you can see the dates 2023 through 2024. It's broken down into various different categories of influence. The data is taken from social media and open source materials, focuses on political, military, economic, social, information, and infrastructure. And I picked a specific country here, Nigeria, and you can just see that there is a constant barrage with certain high points of the use of information either emitted from Russia, constructed from Russia, that's used in Nigeria to advance the points that I was addressing in the previous slides. If we want to change to tactics, I'm not going to go over everything on this slide, but just a couple. Where Russia uses influencers, paid African influencers, digital avatars, fake and out of context videos and photographs. And you can just see I've got up at the top left there's two influencers that combined have an eco network of about 28 million users. Also use of echo chambers, multiple channels of Russian state-controlled media, radio, and other official communications that's repeating the same language, repeating the same information in order to make sure that it's broadly disseminated. And it has the appearance that there's broad appeal across different people groups and not only just individual nations, but collective nations. And the use of various organizations, and some are listed on the screen in front of you. And then finally, the use of security proxies, Russian African Corps, and I'll highlight that here in a second in a few slides. My guess is all of you have seen this image. And if you want to know what a strategic Russian outcome would be for the continent, this image typifies this. Now, this was in 2023, and the Russian African Summit, we know that was less attended in 2024, but this just provides a visual image for a strategic vision for Russia to be working with heads of state to their political, to their military, and to their economic advantage. And so it's one dimension to have this conference take place. It's another to use it as informational, operational opportunities. And so this particular image you can see that was taken from the summit, but then you can also see it repeated in country. This is Burkina Faso. And the map that's to the left, it's a graphic that I'm sure many of you have also seen, but it's a way in which Russia and perhaps China is looking at the African continent and leveraging previous colonizers in a way in which Russia provides amplification to move forward. A very interesting film called Tourist, published in 2021. And this is just one case study about how Russia wants to project power, wants to project their forces on the ground, is working hand in hand with African forces, seen as the benevolent and powerful protectors. And it's demonstrated once again through multiple different Facebook posts that want to frame Russians as powerful, want to frame them as benevolent security protectors that have their best interest in mind against the colonizers. And you can see that the first statue in the African continent that portrays the Wagner group at this particular time, serving as the protectors for African citizens. I'm gonna pivot to China, and just want to start that conversation with a quote. In China's approach to media, it's varied. It's different from Russia, as they want to shape the target audience's macro framework for recognizing, defining, and understanding events. And the quote, which you see on the screen, comes from the Military Propaganda Teaching and Research Department, the School of Political Science at China's National Defense University. So the PLA views cognitive warfare on equal standing as land, air, and sea. And the reason that I point that out is for us in the United States, we are trying to move our ideological construct towards this particular level. And you see that quote by Xi, that whenever their readers are, wherever the views are, that's where the propaganda reports must extend their tentacles. They're targeted by the China Media Group, as well as multiple other governmental entities, and that one of the techniques that's used by the PRC is to provide free content, to provide methods of sharing content through agreements. They offer money, they offer state-of-the-art equipment, and they buy stakes in leading media companies. So in other words, one of the differences between the Russian model and the PRC model is that the PRC wants to invest their narratives with African media reporters, and in other words, indigenizing it to some degree. Back to frames, their growth strategy is they want to remain the economic leader in that part of the world. They want to build a coalition as a counterweight to the U.S. global alliance system, and they want to be perceived. They want to continue to frame themselves as a pathway or a way for modernization. They do this by, again, pushing on these different buttons or these different bullet points that they highlight themselves as a complete success story and how much they've changed economically over the years. They highlight that. They highlight that they're an efficient and effective cyber partner with tremendous economic might. And similar to what the Russians are doing, they want to frame themselves as a benevolent partner who is interested in promoting power in that particular region. And although they do have military interest in the African continent, the way in which that's demonstrated is different than Russian forces on the ground. Again, this is Fury, just looking at China's influence in Nigeria. And without going into tremendous detail here, you can just see that there are different spikes, and these spikes indicate different current events that are highlighted over a period of time. And the PAMISIA scope is just a way of looking at informational material and domain over the course of a certain registered point of time. So a key word on this slide is laundering. So that the Chinese information warfare, the PRC's information operations is laundered through African voices. So they pay African influencers, again, digital avatars and out of context videos and for photographs. They also involve training African journalists. In cases, they will bring them to China. For example, in Kenya, 500 journalists and local staff who were brought to Moscow are also employed by Chinese media agencies and dispatch something around 1,800 or more items monthly. Pictures are incredibly important, particularly in this space, in images. And if we are interested in truly understanding the complete vision of what the PRC intends in the African continent, even this image portrays that quite well, taken in 2018. The next one, 2024, we can see took place this month. And if you compare and contrast what I just showed you from Russia, it's very similar. And this idea of using this as informational warfare fodder that's used to demonstrate political might, that China is also an ally. And the goal would be to continue to leverage their interests, but also in this particular space. So the translation to English is a bit quirky, but the launch of cooperation mechanism between China Media Group and East African media. So this idea of bringing the two media sources together, aligning them and providing them with some of the resources that I mentioned, that ensures that they're pushing what the PRC wishes. Some case studies for this: the launch of the African headquarters of the China Media Group, known as the Voice of China. Star Times, this was painted on the side of the building here, as you can see, but access to 10,000 villages paid by the Star Times, and obviously what this produces is a direct pipeline into African homes. And then finally, just to conclude the presentation, the data that I just shared with you, how do we move ahead and where do we go from here? And we could spend an entire week talking about this. We can spend a lot more time talking about either just the PRC or the Russian engagement in the African continent. So these are just 4 different points, particularly to address the title of this presentation. So what does it mean to lead? And there's some literature written on what to do in this space: to block or not, to attack or to soothe, to segment the audience, to be engaged more so in this space. The other way is to look at I-node diagnostics, to continue our ability to collect, to highlight, to analyze, to chart, and interpret, to really diagnose and understand what's happening in this space using all the different metrics and research methodologies that we have to bear, to recognize truly what the threat is. And I think I know in particularly the United States that at various levels of government, not all, but some don't fully recognize the threat and what's really happening. And then also to ID information operation allies and to openly support aligned IO NGOs or media community-based organizations in the region, and then in a way to openly have a counter narrative, and in some ways counter just the wave of information that's coming both from the PRC and Russia. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions at the end. And again, thank you so much for having me join the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Morris. I think it was a very good scene setter. I think it was especially useful to see the specific data on how the interference looks like. So thank you very much for that. And without further ado, I would like to move to Ludovic Terren, researcher from University of Antwerp, who will actually present us about how he and his team are developing a framework on how to measure impact of disinformation in Africa. So please, Ludovic, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Pavel, and thank you for having me. Can you confirm that you hear me okay and that you can see the slides? All right, all good. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Travis said, I also wish I could have been present in Prague today and have some face-to-face interactions, but unfortunately it was not possible for me today. So just a brief introduction. I'm Ludovic Terren. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Antwerp, and I'm working on an EU project called Countering Foreign Interference with my colleagues Peter van Alst and Thomas van Dam. So today I will briefly present our framework for measuring and monitoring countries' resilience and vulnerability to foreign information manipulation and interference, what we call FIMI, but it also applies to mis or disinformation in general. And today I will more specifically focus on one of the aspects of this framework, which is our measure of foreign engagement or interest in different countries, which I think is the most relevant for this workshop today. Okay, so to give you a general overview, our framework is composed of 3 pillars. The first one looks at countries' resilience levels, and we now have an index of resilience to disinformation and FIMI based on 60 variables from publicly available data. For example, just to name a few, these include data on polarization, inequality, conflict, trust in institutions, media fragmentation, digital literacy, and among many others. And the second and third pillars consider factors that can make countries more vulnerable to FIMI. So in pillar 2, we focus on foreign actor engagement or interest in different target countries. And in pillar 3, we consider important information events that can disrupt the information environment and represent opportunities for the spread of FIMI and disinformation. And so for these 2 last pillars, we rely on digital news scraping, mainly using the global database of events, language, and tone, GDELT, which is a large open source data set that tracks information about global events reported in news media. And one of the main deliverables or outputs of our work package is a dashboard that interactively displays data from these 3 pillars. So you can go into much more details using the actual dashboard, but this is just to give you a quick overview using heat maps. So on the left, you see aggregated country level resilience scores for 2022, so resilience to FIMI or disinformation. So the darker the green, the more resilient the country. But note that green does not necessarily mean highly resilient. It's mostly in comparison to other countries on the map. So it's a color gradient that works in comparison to other countries. And the map in the middle shows average Russian engagement across 2023. Again, the darker the color, the more engagement or interest from Russia. And then on the right side, the map shows the intensity of information events on a specific date, which is the 28th of July 2023. So this is right after the coup d'etat in Niger. And we see quite clearly that this country is being discussed much more than the average in global media. But as I mentioned before, today I will mostly focus on our measure of foreign engagement or interest. So I think that this measure is relevant here because although it does not directly aim to counter disinformation from authoritarian regimes, like the title of the session reads, we think that it can help us anticipate potential increases in disinformation or FIMI activity in different countries. So what do we measure? As I mentioned, we measure foreign actor engagement in different target countries, and we expect that these engagements, like a security partnership, for example, can signal an interest from a given foreign actor like Russia or China, and can make the target countries in question more likely to be subjected to FIMI and disinformation campaigns. So more concretely, what are we actually measuring and how do we measure it? Since obviously there is no readily available data on Russian engagement in different countries, we rely on indirect measures as a proxy for engagement, and we use news scraping data from GDELT. Then based on this massive corpus of news articles, we extract the frequency with which two countries are mentioned together in global news media. And more specifically, we build normalized data giving us the proportion of country A's appearances that involve foreign actor X. So for example, a Russian diplomatic visit to Mali should be associated with an increase in the proportion of Mali's appearances that involve Russia. And this is still work in progress, and I'll go back to that later in the presentation. But let's first look at some of the results of this measure. So here is a similar heat map as I showed before. It shows average Russian engagement for the first quarter of 2023 across Africa and the Middle East. We can see that this engagement is notably high in the Central African Republic, but also in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And these are all countries that experienced a coup d'etat in the past few years, and where we know that Russia and Africa Corps, formerly known as Wagner, are highly involved. Now, this graph shows the evolution of our measure of Russian engagement in a selection of West African countries. What we see is a relatively stable level of engagement that significantly increases, especially from 2021 in Mali, but also later on in Burkina Faso and in Niger. And so more concretely on this measure in Mali, so the average proportion of Mali's appearances that also involve Russia went from around 2% in 2015 to almost 10% in 2023. And this increase in engagement partly reflects Wagner establishment in these countries in 2021, 22, and 23. And I think here it's important to mention that these countries are also witnessing a significant surge in Russian disinformation campaigns, as identified, for instance, by the African Center for Security Studies in two recent reports published in 2022 and 2024. And now, a trend that seems aligned with this surge in Russian engagement and this increase in the number of disinformation campaigns is public opinion of Russia in these countries. And this can be one proxy measure of the impact of Russia's interference efforts in the region. So we have access to Gallup data, and we saw that approval of Russia's leadership has increased dramatically in countries like Mali and Burkina Faso, despite Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And in these countries, this approval rate went from around 50% in 2018 to more than 80% in 2023. I think it's 89% in the case of Mali, which is pretty staggering increase in approval rate. And we see in the other countries, there seems to be a consistent increase since 2022, but less pronounced than in Mali or Burkina Faso. Now, this table shows the correlation coefficient between our measure of Russian engagement and Gallup data on approval of Russia's leadership between 2015 and 2023. We see that globally, the strongest positive correlation is highly concentrated in West Africa, with the exception of India, where we also saw that both Russian engagement and approval of Russia's leadership have also increased significantly in recent years. And we assume that these high correlations are also explained by a rise in the number of disinformation campaigns in these countries, which helps to boost public approval of Russia. And in fact, the Africa Center for Strategic Studies has identified the highest increase and concentration of Russian disinformation campaigns in West Africa, which may help explain this apparent alignment between Russian engagement and public approval in these countries. And unfortunately, we don't have systematic or reliable data on the quantity of disinformation campaigns, but it could be the missing link connecting these two measures, at least when it comes to West Africa. And now going back to our measure of engagement, there are a few things that we are working on. So the measure is still a bit rough and noisy. So we have some false positives due to major events, like, for example, the invasion of Ukraine. So we're currently working on reducing noise by exploring additional normalization techniques and different thresholds of engagement. And finally, we are exploring ways to use artificial intelligence via the ChatGPT API, but also others, to process the article's titles to get deeper insights into the nature of the engagement. So what is this engagement actually about? And these inter-country connections more generally. So hopefully more on that later. And thank you for listening, and thank you for having me in the panel.
Thank you very much, Ludovic, for explaining such a complex methodology you're using. I think it might be as a good source of inspiration for a lot of people here in the room still studying. So now let's move to presentation of Valdebra Nugus Gebrselassie, who is assistant professor at Mekelle University in Ethiopia. So Valdebra, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're trying to share your screen, right? Just we still don't see anything. Ah, now it's on. All right.
It's on, yeah? Yeah.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much. My name is Valdebra. I'm from Mekelle University, Ethiopia. Northern Ethiopia, Tigray region. My topic went this way: Russia and its opportunistic foreign policy orientations, risking democratization and peace-building efforts in Africa. So my outline went: what are the driving factors for Russia's aggressive reassertion in Africa? How it is approaching while it's coming to Africa? The methodologies that Russia is employing, the continental context, leveraging Russia penetration to Africa, and concluding remark. So to pass to my my pointers. Russia's increasing presence in Africa raised international concern as far as it went in the expense of democratization and peace-building efforts. So Russia's interest and ambition for Africa have been there since history. However, we can put them into historical and practical factors why Russia is reasserting itself into the African continent. There are historical factors that drive Russia to reassert itself into Africa, because the claim that it perceives in global power position and safeguard its interests abroad is one driving factor. And there is also a practical factor that pushes Russia to reassert itself into the African continent. Particularly, there is a historical glory or a historical claim on territorial expansion, as President Putin has stated one day. Russia's borders do not end anywhere, indicating that their commitment for space and geography. We can witness these indicators in the annexation of Crimea and the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in this time. These all are indicators of historical lost opportunities and interest to reclaim back in the Russian aspiration. So Russia in this decade has shifted its foreign policy orientation from reactive to proactive approach. So from the practical point of view, there are favorable conditions where Russia can leverage in the African continent. There is global democracy decline, and this is an opportunity for Russia to easily cope up supremacy or comparative advantage in the African continent. So global information disorder, democratic backsliding, this global at global scale, these developments in the last decade is an opportunity, practical opportunity, of course, that led Russia to open its appetite to reassert itself in Africa and in other regions too. So the rise of authoritarian China in the global power, the push for multipolar incentive is also another practical opportunity that Russia started to reassert in different regions, Africa among the major ones. The fragility of the region itself is also an opportunity. Power of disinformation that believed to be Russia is the leading in African disinformation context, as my presenters before has excellently presented. So fragmented unity of the Western camp and their allies is also very important avenue for Russia to reassert in Africa. As the continent is joining into fragility, Russia is reasserting itself in a better position than its Western counter powers. So the fragmented unity of the Western allies, Western powers and their allies is explained in terms of reluctance and inconsistency in the last decades, varying priorities within the Western allies even. There are varying interests, priorities of the Western camp. And this is an interesting loophole where Russia inserts its interest to penetrate into the African continent. The rise of populist leaders within the Western bloc that doesn't prioritize democratization, peace-building efforts in the African continent is also a contributing factor where Russia is taking the advantage of these manifestations. There is also another continental context leverage that Russia is exploiting at this time. Conflict and violence vulnerability is at its maximum in the African continent. Look, the Horn of Africa, how many states are insecure, how many violences are entertained. look to Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, the tensions between them is very, and it's very dangerous angle. So if we look at its data reports since 2020, Africa has seen more political unrest and democratic reversals than any region in the world. And this is the worst, for instance, in the Horn of Africa. So the continent is getting better to destabilize than to democratize. And this is the best avenue for Russia to take the advantage. So the continental vulnerability to conflict is one important practical opportunity Russia to open its appetite to reassert in an aggressive way. Raising authoritarian inclinations are also over there. Russia is incentivizing authoritarian inclinations by giving diplomatic backups in the UN veto power and in other continental influences. This is also the rise of authoritarian inclinations in Africa is an incentive for Russia. At the same time, Russia incentivizes authoritarian to come too. So it's both sides. It takes the advantage, it creates to take the advantage too. So the rising polarization in similar ways and external actors' aggressive involvement in the continent. In the Horn of Africa, we know how the middle powers, the Gulf states, are involving in Sudan, in Ethiopia's Tigray war, and in Somalia, and you know the rivalry is ongoing. So this external excessive involvement, irresponsible actors' involvement in the region, in the continent, is an opportunity for Russia to side with either and to destabilize the continent in its favor. Regional entanglement and its proximity to the Middle East is also another opportunity for Russia to drive its interests and to reassert its presence in the continent. We know Africa hosts the Horn of Africa, and the Horn of Africa is the world's most volatile region. And today, we are looking at the Middle East vulnerability more than ever. So, vulnerability in the Horn of Africa entangled with the Middle East vulnerability is worsening the continental vulnerability. And Russia has a contribution in making this happen at the same time to take the advantage of this destabilization and polarization failures. So information disorder as presented by the disinformation presenters, information disorder vulnerability in Africa is in its peak today, as it's presented by others too. So Russia is the lead in the disinformation campaign in Western Africa, Central Africa, in Sudan, wherever there are a need for authoritarian incentives in Africa, Russia is behind this backing. Therefore, the current African vulnerability is safe area for Russian penetration from economic, diplomatic, and security dimensions. There are also immediate factors that pushed Russia to reassert to Africa. The war on Ukraine, the collective pressure from the Western powers, and Africa's increased influence in the global power balance is immediate and proximate factors that Russia rushed to reassert its interest into Africa. So when Russia declared war of aggression on Ukraine, the collective pressure of the Western bloc need to be outsourced to other continents, is to the Middle East or to the African continents, so that Russia will get a relief the war on home. So it exacerbated Russia's reassertion into the African continent and the Middle East, as it helps global polarization, global crisis will lead Russia to get little pressure, to get a relief from united efforts of the Western Bloc pressure on its aggressive military invasion in Ukraine. So, but it is not because it is to escape from the pressure, but it also asserts the African continent, because Russia knows the growing relevance of the African continent. As Antony Blinken in November has stated, Africa will shape the future, not just the future of the African people, but of the world. So Russians are also conscious about this growing relevance of the African continent, both in diplomatic and economic dimensions. Therefore, Russians' re-engagement interest to Africa is driven from historical and current practical realities. So they reinforce each other, of course. They reinforce their historical glory, historical lost power reclaiming back, and the practical challenges that they are facing at home and at global level. So what methodologies are employing while Russia is coming into Africa? Russian actors are guided by loose strategy when it comes to Africa, both conventional and non-conventional approaches. They are guided by a broad, flexible approach, and the ties employ region, state, and actor-based flexibility. Russia has no predetermined conventional norm to interact with authoritarian, irresponsible actors. So it fits to all actors based on their interests. So Russia has region-based, state-based, actor-based flexibility to take its advantage from the destabilization, extraction of resources, and favoring and swaying elections in its advantage. So state-to-state actors, for example, relationists approaches to penetrate state-to-state actors when the states have a strong bureaucratic infrastructure. Private military companies, as presented by many of our previous presenters here, private military companies, when the state is fragile and in crisis, we can look at Mali, Sudan, Central African Republic, affiliated business conglomerates, diplomatic favor, these all are mechanisms through which Russia is penetrating into Africa. So as fragility increases, informal actors, affiliated informal actors of the Russian state are taking the advantages to feed the state interest, despite slight differences between the state interest and the conglomerates and military contractors. So the set of tools that are currently employed by Russians are therefore security and diplomatic instruments. Security, when we look at the most relevant instrument of Russian influence in Africa is security. We can count 75% of the continent's states rely on Soviet-made military equipments. Not only the equipment, they also have partnerships and ties in maintenance of these military equipments. So the good reputation of Russian weapons in terms of value for money and the absence of political conditions attached to arms sale made African states to easily surrender to said cooperation and military sales agreement with Russia. And this has implications in Russia's penetration to the continent and to take upper hand and the advantage of the continent. Since 2015, Russia has signed military cooperation agreements with 45 African countries, almost with all African countries. All African countries almost take a lion's share of Russian military armaments. So Africa is both a market, a diplomatic backup, and a security base for the Russian state. It also used some kind of formal cooperation, conventional cooperation, in the name of restricting freedom of movement, terrorist organizations in the ungoverned or slightly governed spaces of Africa in collaboration with the Western allies, of course. So the diplomatic and political factor is also very important instrument leveraged by Russians. So in diplomatic protection in the international arena, particularly UN voting is the most important instrument that Russia is used to incentivize its authoritarian allies in Africa.
I'm sorry to jump in, Waldebra. I'm really sorry to jump in. I just would like to ask you whether you can wrap up in like 1-2 minutes because the time is running very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in diplomatic and political events, we can look at it. Russia's vote towards Sudan, Zimbabwe in 2000, early 2022, when Moscow prevents UN from investigation of the coups in Mali, these indicators in Central Africa, in Democratic Republic, these all votes against the UN motion are incentives to the actors in the African continent. We can look at also in return, the authoritarian incentives also gave the opportunity for it. Look, for example, Eritrea is the only voter against the UN motion favoring Russia in return to its incentives from the Russian government. There are a lot of indicators how Russia in turn collects votes from Africa and incentivizes support to them. So in my concluding remark, the Russian growing presence in Africa is threatening for international norms. It is high time to deter Russia's presence and destabilizing capability in Africa. There is no option than deterring Russia through demilitarizing the Horn and the Red Sea region, limiting Russia's private military companies' presence in the continent, and checking excessive diplomatic shield for authoritarian behaviors. Again, countering Russian leverage and heavy presence in Africa through a step ahead for peaceful conflict resolution and democratic transitions within the framework of international norms in Africa. This is very important. Proactive response for Russian presence in Africa better works than reactive approaches, I conclude. So, whether Western allies need to hold their varying priorities in countering Russian presence in Africa. Otherwise, these little priority differences in the Western allies will take into the danger of complete takeover of Russia, the African continent, where the Red Sea corridor and the geopolitical sensitive areas of the Middle East will turn into the hands of autocracy, where autocracy democracy narrative is coming to the fore in the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Waldebra. And without further adu, I would like to give the floor to Will Brown, who will provide us with his remarks.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me okay? Well done for making it through this far. I feel like we've all been bombarded from every single angle, talking about every single possible way to look at Russian disinformation and Chinese disinformation, and it now falls to me to have the unenviable task of last speaker. So I'm going to try and I won't present anything too complicated. I will just talk a little bit about some personal experiences and make an argument to you. So I'm going to start off with a personal story. I currently work for the European Council of Foreign Relations. For about 10 years before that, I was a journalist living and working mainly in Africa, first of all in West Africa and then in East Africa. I worked right across the Sahel. I saw people blown up by IEDs in central Mali. I saw children die in front of me of famine in Niger. I had friends who were followed by jihadist drones in Burkina Faso, and I saw, high UN officials flying in from Geneva, the kind of people you would see now on the news speaking on Gaza from Geneva. They would fly in from Geneva just for 2 hours, Timbuktu, to ride a camel for a nice photo opportunity. But before we talk about the Sahel, which we've been speaking about quite a bit, I want to start off in the Horn of Africa, which during I worked for about 3 years on the Horn, and during that time I had the distinct pleasure of being kind of on the receiving end of one of these disinformation campaigns that we're talking about so much. It was during the Ethiopian civil war, the Tigrayan war, which is a kind of absolutely horrific episode of modern history, which in my view, we've all forgotten a bit too quickly. So we're talking about around 600,000 people who were killed. They were shot, they were butchered, they were starved, and much of this unfolded behind an information blackout in northern Ethiopia. So I was working as a journalist at the time, and my Ethiopian team and I were investigating what seemed like an endless stream of potential war crimes. I'm not going to say potential war crimes. They were war crimes. And in response, every single time we published something, we were hit by a vicious bot campaigns. It was death threats for the male reporters, and it was rape threats for the female reporters. But this is often quite normal when you're working in these conflict situations. But what really stood out to me wasn't the threats; it was this kind of relentless flood of conspiracy theories, misinformation, accusing us of being kind of British spies predicated on trying to destroy Ethiopia as a kind of strong, independent African state. And the aim of a lot of this stuff, we're not sure where it was sourced from, could have been from one of Ethiopia or Eritrea's allies, it could have been from the Ethiopian state itself, but the aim of it was clear. It was basically to confuse, it was to discredit our reporting, and it was to often to encourage more genocidal violence. And so why am I talking about this? Well, I think for me, working in the African context, it was one of the first instances where, at least in Africa, we saw the industrial scale disinformation weaponized in a conflict, and how effective it was at blunting an international response. And so now if we look to the Sahel, which we've been discussing all day, the Sahel takes this to another level in some ways, in my opinion. So look, we've been talking a lot about Russia and the Sahel, but middle powers are now flooding into this region. So you have the Central Sahelian states, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and they are now. The region is now kind of, I would argue, the key exhibit of a new multipolar world. So you have Russia, you have Morocco, you have United Arab Emirates, you have China, you have Iran, you have Turkey, Venezuela, even Nicaragua, and even, my sources tell me, North Korea is trying to exploit leverage the situation to their advantage. So, and at the same time, you've seen this sort of eruption of anti-European, anti-Western conspiracy theories. If you're technically capable, I'm not. I can barely use Outlook, but I know people who are, and I work with people who are. And if you have the right data sets, you can literally track the disinformation campaigns across the Sahel as each coup happens. And now I want to come to the kind of an important point, which many of the other speakers have emphasized in different ways. But anyone who says that the anti-European, anti-French narratives in the Sahel came out of a plain blue sky, that they were solely the product of Russian disinformation or Turkish disinformation or Chinese disinformation, they're a fantasist, right? you could critique Europe's long and complicated history of engagement with these Sahelian countries for a long time, and you'd be here for a while, and you'd probably end up offending quite a few people. But the key point is this: the anti-French sentiment in the Sahel, which contributed massively to the military coups, which swept aside these democratic governments, is not solely the result of Russian, Turkish, Chinese pro-junta disinformation. While these disinformation campaigns amplified these sentiments among kind of your rank and file soldiers, a lot of this sentiment stems from about a century of economic and political dominance in the region by Paris. It stems from the perceived arrogance of various French officials and the ongoing support of Europeans for leaders with very poor democratic credentials in the argument for more stability. And this is run obviously contrary to what many people on many local Sahelian or West African civilians actually want. So now today, the disinformation campaigns have reached kind of an extraordinary scale, as I think has been laid out to you in some of the kind of graphs and slides. And I think it's not just France, which is now being targeted, but Europe and the West as a whole. And it's something which really needs to bear in mind. I think earlier on in the slides, we had a kind of, I think maybe one session ago, we had a slide showing how the rates of illiteracy in certain countries, right? So in the Sahel, the stat, like you're looking at an illiteracy rate of about 70%. Right. This is not a rich media environment where there are checks and balances on the media. This is an environment where it is quite easy to influence this with low-level kind of campaigns. And this is what Russia has been doing. And it's not highly complicated stuff. It's really not. It's sort of like I was talking to a researcher friend of mine, and he said, "Look, Will, you're not technically that literate. I know a few things." In about 2 days, we could set up a bot farm and a troll farm and start pumping out our message into the Sahel. Now, I can't show you any of the data that I have right now. We're not ready to publish it, but it will be published later this week. But it basically, not later this week, later next month, mid-October. But basically, what it shows is how vast stretches of the online sphere in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have been kind of effectively co-opted, bought and paid for by Russia, basically, and they utterly dominate the information space now. And at some points, this information sphere kind of verges on the absolute ludicrous, right? So one of my favorite examples is a very popular account. It's a chicken farmer from Benin. Right, and this chicken farmer has about 100,000 YouTube followers, and if you look at his, he's called like I've forgotten the exact title of his channel. You can look if you look up Poulet Benin, you'll see it. And basically, at the beginning of his channel, you can see he does quite wholesome videos on like how much kind of antibiotics you're meant to give to your chickens, how much feed you're meant to give to them, and it's very popular. It's nice stuff. It's a bit like, I don't know, Jeremy Clarkson's farm or something if you're doing it from Benin. But But basically, if you look at the channel now, it's like these beautifully packaged, but nicely packaged by the standards of a poulet farmer in Benin, Russian propaganda talking point videos, right? So this is kind of pretty rudimentary stuff, but it's having an impact. And so what this means in practice, if you go on the ground in the Sahel, is you will talk to. I remember I think it was in Burkina Faso or Niger Burkina Faso before one of the coups, and I was interviewing some local soldiers, and they were telling me that like NATO was the reason that the West wasn't beating the jihadists was because NATO was actually secretly funding them to secure like vast deposits of minerals in the middle of the desert, which no one really knew about. That there was a kind of international conspiracy on the part of the West to use the jihadists to keep the mighty African nations down. That Western drones in the Sahel were actually giving intelligence on troop movements to to the jihadists. So there was kind of complete domination, at least anecdotally, of the information space. And so what we're presented with now is quite a paradoxical situation, because on one hand you've got the Russians who are failing utterly. Right. Let's really stress that point. Some other members of the panels have stressed that point. The security situation today is worse than it's ever been. We're talking about Sahelian. So if you log on to different Telegram groups or what have you, you will see kind of just endless videos of Sahelian soldiers being fed into a meat grinder, where bodies by the side of the road. By some estimates, some of my sources from Burkina Faso say that there's the Burkina-based state now controls maybe 40% of its territory. This doesn't make international headlines. No one talks about it. But like about 60% of the Burkina territory is now controlled either by Jinim, the Al-Qaeda affiliate, or the Islamic State affiliate group, right? And there is a very real risk in many parts of kind of intelligence community, very real fear, I should say, that Burkina Faso could collapse. We're not just talking about, we're talking about complete state failure. Anyway, but we're in this deeply paradoxical situation where the security crisis is worse than ever, but at the same time, the Russian narrative is stronger than ever, I would argue. And I think, as Mr. Koulibaly expressed very well earlier, this kind of control of the narrative is really about subjugation, both from foreign influences and from domestic elites, and it's about exploitation. And it's, in a way, much like I was discussing earlier with Ethiopia, it is a way for regimes to cover malign acts which are leaving Africans poorer and less safe. And so I think, moving on to what the European Union is doing on this, which I hope some of the questions will deal with, but what we need, the European Union needs, and its member states, I would argue, need to radically overhaul many of their anti-disinformation tactics, organizations. We need to go on the offensive, I would say. I don't think that the idea of like the EU funding some superficial campaign in Mali, which would kind of advertise how brilliant the EU is, or how brilliant different EU member states are, how brilliant our democratic values are and everything, that's not going to work. That makes me that's vomit inducing, right? And I'm not just saying that as a British guy, that is rubbish. And you can call me a cynic, but I feel that ship has failed. The damage has really been done. Okay, I would just like to say, I don't want to see, and I don't think anyone should want to see, Europe investing in kind of armies of bot farms and troll farms. I think that's a really awful dark route to go down, and we shouldn't be doing that. But we still need to go on the offensive. We need to kind of expose what the kind of hostile outside powers are actually doing. And I think in this way we can learn a bit from some of what the Russians and the Chinese have been doing. We need to identify key narratives in some of these countries, and we need to identify key opinion makers. We need to give them the tools and the information to actually kind of critically interrogate what the Russians or whoever are saying, right? So, let's for example, where is the aid that the Russian ambassador promised? Has it actually turned up? I don't think it has. How did China get those fishing rights on the West African coast, which are kind of raping the seas, and mean that the price of fish for my children has skyrocketed? Why are Chinese roads falling apart after just a few years? How are African immigrants really treated in Moscow and Beijing? How many people did Russian mercenaries kill in central Mali? I'll tell you, it's quite a lot. And I mean, how many of those were children? Why are they really here? And why is the security situation worse than it's ever been? These are some of the questions these are some of the questions we need to be encouraging and kind of feeding out there. And I would say, just on this point, that most Western intelligence agencies have an absolute ton of intelligence they're sitting on, showing exactly what these hostile powers are doing, but they're forced to sit on it. right? What's the point of it just sitting in our computed hard drives, like the evidence of a Russian massacre or a contract document which is purely exploitative? So anyway, I feel that we should be disseminating some of this stuff. And I think there are some positive things which Europe and member states have done, but many of these initiatives, they lack adequate staffing, they lack adequate funding, and it's just that they're not in the state needed to kind of tackle the scale of the challenge ahead for us. And I think a relatively small amount of investment, some better coordination, could make a really big difference here. I think we as Europeans need to invest in the right personnel. We need to invest in people who understand local languages. I'm tired of seeing tweets put out by European ambassadors or whatever in French, a former colonizers' language, on Twitter, which has a penetration rate of 0.3% in the Sahel. Let's think about WhatsApp. Let's think about some of these WhatsApp groups we're doing. Let's be proactive. Let's put some kind of let's put some questions out there. Let's put some information out there showing what these hostile actors are actually doing. We need to be more agile. We need to have better financing schemes for this stuff. We need to work with our friends and partners in West Africa, like Nigeria, like Ghana, like Cote d'Ivoire. So yeah, I think, ladies and gentlemen, I put it to you that it is time for us to start fighting back. We need to expose what these hostile powers are doing, whether it's looting or murder, basically, or corruption. So yeah, thank you very much.
Will, thank you very much for your, I would say, powerful presentation. So now it's time for your questions and hopefully also answers. So please, here in the audience, if you have questions, please raise your hands. And Juan-Fred, will you take care of this? We'll collect a couple of questions, then we will get to our speakers, and hopefully we will have time for another round.
Thank you very much to all four panelists. My question is kind of general to everyone. I think we looked at a few different models of finding out where Russian, say, level of effort for disinformation campaigns was and has been. Can we use these sort of tools as in a predictive sense to see where they're going to go to next? Because as De Albra said, we want to be proactive, we don't want to be reactive, and I think it would be naive to think that they're going to stop. We already see they're trying to go now into, I think, Lusosphere countries, the old Portuguese colonies, with a very similar approach to what they did with the French. So can some of these tools, is there other mechanisms which we can see to get out in front of this Russian disinformation, say, and build up the resilience before they have opportunity to strike?
I can just make a quick comment and then turn it over to the other panelists. Let's be clear, both Russia and China are there.
I'm really sorry, Professor Morris. Just let's collect a little bit more questions, and then we'll do a round of answers for the panelists, because there was a lot of actually raised hands. So please, let's take another 2-3 more questions, please.
Understood. Got it.
Hi, I'm Arnau, and I'm Spanish. And my question will be for Will. I don't know if it's a bit too off topic, but I wanted to ask, you said that you did some journalism in Africa, and I've always liked the idea of going into journalism at some point. And I wanted to ask about your experience and why did you stop, and if you liked it.
Next question.
So thank you to all the panelists. My name is Julian. I'm a PhD student here at Charles University, and my question's for Ludovic. It's a methodological question. So you've presented your project measuring sort of engagement of foreign actors in different African countries, and I'm curious if there are any possible indicators that could be used to measure the engagement of Africans with what these foreign actors are putting out, like their engagement activities. So basically measuring the engagement from the receiver side. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts about this, or if you've done any work on it. Thank you.
Let's take one more question from the audience, please.
Yes, I'm Mike from the United States, and my question is about, we've been talking about authoritarian regimes and disinformation campaigns, but I wrote my bachelor's thesis on the Western Sahel, and my limited research I did showed that most of the strategic gains in the Sahel region have been gained by the local jihadist groups, and the local population, to a certain extent in certain areas, support them. So I'm wondering, like the jihadist militias and these terrorist organizations, what are their disinformation campaigns, and are they using misinformation for their own ends? Thank you.
The last question, please. There is one last hand.
I'm Shrish. I'm doing my bachelor's. I just wanted to talk about the idea, the specific narrative that span Africanism. And the last time we typically saw this was through Gaddafi in Libya, and this was something that was sort of turned against the EU. The so-called EU world order in their eyes. So I wanted to ask that, is it possible to take control of this narrative? Say, it's been almost 10 years. Is it possible to take control of this narrative and turn it into something that might be able to help us combat the Russian and so-called the Chinese influence in the Sahel? Thank you.
Okay, Rilla, so the last question now, please.
I don't, Martin, I'm a student here at the FSY. I'm not really sure where to begin. I think nobody in this room really has many illusions about the effectivity of the European United Common Foreign Policy, and about how it might change in the future in terms of its effectivity. So I want to ask, it is a question directed to Mr. Brown, do you realistically see Europe or any other Western actors actually really effectively confronting this trend of getting pushed out of many global South territories, getting demonized in the narratives? And how do you think, honestly, the situation is going to develop?
Right. Thank you very much for your questions. I suggest let's talk. Let's now give space for our panelists to the answers, and let's go in order as they spoke. So if you can start, Travis, and then we will go in order of speakers. I suggest that you can pick up the questions which concern your presentations.
Absolutely. Thank you for the great questions, and also congratulations to the other panelists. So great panel. Just quickly, because I know we just have a few minutes. Let's not forget the fact that both China and Russia are also just about exploitation completely. It just looks different. While the China's strategy and also Russia's differs to some degree from the colonial powers, but still, in the end, the idea is to use certain methodologies to extract resources and to project their power onto the continent. That's the end state. What is important, and I think all of us said this just a little bit differently, is to understand both at a strategic level how that is being done, to truly understand that, and then also to understand the tactical deployments of that strategy. And I agree with Will 100% in this notion of fighting back, and what that fighting back looks like. We have to be very careful. And I think one of the problems that we have experienced in the United States is when we have fought back in terms of the informational warfare operation space, we do it from a very problematic perspective. And so I think truly making any traction, not only just in the African continent, but across the Middle East or in any other part of the world, is to truly understand the variables that the people care about and that resonate with them. And that only comes from a deep cultural understanding that involves history, context, religion, etc. So point of view, understanding what's happening strategically, and both from China and from Russia, and also the other nations that are operating in that particular space.
Many thanks, Travis. Now Ludovic, please.
Yes, thank you for the interesting questions. So to go back to a possible indicator to measure the level of engagement among the African population with different types of disinformation. In our project, we're working more at the structural level, so we're not really looking at the content of media messages. But as a political communication researcher, I think that one good way to measure engagement would be to do some social network analysis, so identifying different disinformation networks, the type of content, the level of engagement of different pages, different enclaves or networks, and also look at the spread of different messages and the pathways. So yes, this would be for me social media analysis would be quite insightful in this sense. And then going back to the solutions, I also very much agree with Will, but I think that on top of going against disinformation narratives and in a try to expose falsehoods, etc., I think it's also important to talk about positive stories and shared successes of European involvement, etc. So I think also focusing on the positive is an important aspect in the narratives. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ludovic. Well, Deborah, can you please share with us your thoughts on the questions?
Thank you. Thank you. I think one important question is how the Western powers and their allies are acting in getting out Russian or authoritarian actors and their sympathizers from southern world, from Africa, for example. In this case, if the playground is started, it is hard to play with authoritarian gambling. Proactive measure is the most preferred playground for the Western powers, but Africa is getting into the wrong gamble of violence, authoritarian inclinations. So there is an opportunity leveraging for Russian authoritarian behaviors and their sympathizers. Look, the Horn of Africa, how it is running into. We have recent literature confirmation that Chinese and Russian presence in Africa is going parallel with the deterioration of democratization and peace building efforts in Africa. So ahead of countering Russia and its sympathizers, China, before taking grounds in the continent is appropriate. Two things are important in this case. One, supporting democratic actors demonstrating against the authoritarian regimes at home. For example, Eritrea is one authoritarian state, authoritarian regime in the Horn of Africa, destabilizing almost the corridor. But so far, the most violent demonstrations against the brutal regime in abroad, in Western world, from US to Europe, is getting little effect in uprooting this brutal regime with assistance of the Western world. So even the Western allies are not taking the advantage that they have at hand, like demonstrators against brutal regimes at home, the media propaganda that are coming from Russia, like the disinformation, misinformation, information control, and abuse. So I think media intervention and democratic support for for the anti-democratic forces abroad is important. So I think it's too little compared to the rush of Russia in the continent and its countering mechanism from the Western allies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Waldebra. And now, Will.
So I guess I wanted to start with your question over there on jihadist propaganda. It's a really kind of knotty and difficult topic, but it's something I was seeing kind of being discussed by various kind of analysts a few months ago, was the fact that Jinim was actually quite good at, in a perverse way, human rights reporting. So Jinim being the Al-Qaeda affiliate who routinely kills quite a few people. But when, for example, Burkinabe militia, anti-jihadist militia or a government force killed people in a village somewhere in the north or the center, in the east, the jihadists were actually putting out pretty accurate body counts publicly, showing kind of what damage the militias were doing, and these were then later roughly corroborated by international human rights groups. So the jihadists are really kind of how do I say it? Well, I'll leave it at that. We can maybe talk afterwards. And then there was another question on just how realistic it is that we're going to be able to do anything about this. I think with the European Union, it's very difficult to be that hopeful sometimes, but I would say that there are some really interesting initiatives going on, and there are certain countries who take this stuff very seriously. I think, for example, France, anti-disinformation, because of the kind of traumatizing experience they've had in the Sahel with so much disinformation against them, is now part of military doctrine. But my own country, the UK, is doing very, very interesting things on counter-disinformation when it comes to Ghana and Nigeria, Somalia as well, mainly more Anglophone countries, but helping to kind of train up local government officials how to kind of read some of this stuff, how to map this stuff, how to counter kind of hostile narratives which are coming their way. I think likewise, I know less about it, but I know that the Spanish are doing some very interesting things in Latin America. I think the bulk of the expertise on this stuff really comes from the obviously Eastern Europe. And the Baltic countries, who are obviously in the front line for a lot of this stuff, and they are the world leaders in countering Russian disinformation. But that's obviously got a much more national state of survival lens to it. So if we can find out some way of kind of coordinating some of these groups, providing kind of training to our friends and partners in West Africa, we're talking about there, but also across the rest of Africa, giving them some tools, techniques, it would be. I live in hope. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Will. And well, unfortunately, I'm afraid we are out of time because the organizational team is looking at me, and I see in their eyes that I should end this panel. So thanks to all the panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your thoughts with us. I think it was very useful and very interesting. So big applause to the panelists. Thanks to the audience for all the questions. So now I will give the floor to my dear colleague Martin for his final remarks.
There'll be no final remarks. I just want to thank you for your resilience. It's Friday late afternoon. Thank you, Will, for being here with us. Thank you, Pavel, for moderating. Thanks, guys, for joining us online. Thank you, NATO, for making this happen. We will basically continue with our activities on Africa in November when we do organize our annual geopolitical conference. So we will have more in-person speakers here in Prague. Much looking forward. Thank you, Ronan, Juan, Fripp, Bob, and the others, of course, students. And this is it. Enjoy weekend.
Thanks, everybody. Congratulations.
One more important thing. There will be a podcast series following this conference, Geopolitical Pickle. Please follow Geopolitical Pickle. You can find it on YouTube. And of course, we will reach out to you via email and probably share the link with you. One of the interviews was done just yesterday with Will, and there are other interesting interviews. So I hope you will enjoy it. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I gotta. We'll talk,